Hello and welcome back to Pathfinder Kingmaker. And tonight is a very special night because we are going to be, well, not loading a new game actually. Indeed, we're going to be doing the new DLC, Varnhold's Lot. While celebrating the victory at the mansion, you meet another hero of the Stolen Land, the mercenary captor Magar Varn. While you build your barony in the Strike Hills and the Gnarl Marshes, Varn and his people established their own nation of Varnhold and the plains of Dunsword. What challenges they face? Play this. The main campaign will reflect the consequences of the story you make. Damage the party. Yeah, I'm just putting everything normal. Just gonna put effortless to try it. Yeah, auto mode can be disabled. Let's see. Last is on. Only one save slot's available. The game saves automatically upon game day exit. On this skill, user receives skill check experience. If you enable this option, the character rolls gets experience. Disable the whole party. Yeah. I must say, I'm impressed at how many options you have for this game. I'm going to make a custom character. Import a main character. Let's see here. There is in fact, a cat race in Pathfinder's tabletop. I forget what the cat folk are called, but they do exist. You might actually recognize this character. On that note, you might actually recognize this character if you watched my Age of Wonders playthrough. This is my Tigran character. Oh, not dwarf. Alright, I'm thinking either human or half-orc for this. Huh, weird. If none of the hairstyles fit what I want, then I'm gonna change race. I can tell you that right now. Ferocity. Orc Ferocity is basically is the main reason I'm considering a half orc. That's basically a free die hard, which is kind of a big deal. Orc weapon familiarity is kind of nice. Intimidation checks and all that. Gonna be quite. Cleric is what I'm going for. I'm gonna be going for a Great Axe Cleric, and you can see why now I decided to go for this. Herald Caller, Unlike Knight, Heralds are adept at calling powerful outsiders, Crusader, Alt Militant Arm, How is truth? What's the differences here? A Crusader bonus feat. Just basic Cleric might be what I go for here, yeah. I need to choose a deity here. Now, I did go through this off stream to try and figure it out. Iomedae is the best one here. Channel negative. I cannot choose to channel negative. I have to channel positive. Domain. Now, I was thinking if fire, sun, and war or strength. So it's going to have to be sun and war. As this is the Iomedae is the only one here who has both of those. As, if you recall, that was basically the religion of the Tigrans in Age of Wonders 3. Yaka's cult is entirely fire and conquest. So war and sun and stuff makes sense. 0.3. Might as well get class skills going. 25. This is going to be a bit rough because clerics can't dump too many. First of all, they are a wisdom caster. Racial bonus, I'm definitely going to have to put that into wisdom. That is the number one that matters most. As tempting as it is to go for locating more skill points, that has to be held back on. I don't think charisma matters to any degree, but it might help. No, I can't afford it, unfortunately. I guess that's fine. I hate dumping wisdom and charisma, but they're the most ones I can afford. As a frontline class, I cannot neglect strength, dexterity, or constitution. Those are essential for absolutely everything. Yeah. Especially since how this goes here. Still, wisdom caster with high wisdom is good. This is slightly better than what Dia has, that's for sure. Alertness, perception, allied. Combat casting, combat reflexes. Coordinated defense here. Extra channel's not bad, but doesn't have proficiencies. Heavy armor. You can now proficient heavy armor. See, I looked up some cleric builds, so. Oh yeah, endurance is no, and that's not endurance. It's the what's the HP one? Toughness isn't half bad. 3 hit points, additional HP. Yeah, I think survivability is going to be huge for this.
I'll take care of it. A trivial task. A mere flesh wound.
Lawful Good is her canonical alignment going by Age of Wonders. She matches her deity, though, so I believe Yaka's cult was lawful evil in that game.
Hesitation is a waste of time. Damn this silly thing! Your luck's run out. Cover me! This is my chance to run. Careful now.
No contest.
We won't falter!
I stand ready.
I do not find this to be useful. I will see this through. Contemplate on your mistakes. Stand with me. Hold on, just a little more. We shall overcome. Our path leads on. I will see this through. Contemplate on your mistakes. Stand with me.
Oh, I actually think she does canonically have a birthday. I just don't remember where it was.
do not find this to be useful.
Now, the lore does say that half-orcs do face a good amount of discrimination, so I guess we'll have to worry about that. Raise persuasion. Lore, religion, persuasion. Yeah, persuasion and lore are probably going to have to be the ones I focus down the entire time. Lore, religion are the ones I'm going to have to focus out this character. Clerics do not get very many of these at all, and I can't afford to put too much into int, so... At least the good news is high wisdom means they're going to be extremely good against will checks, and will checks are the most dangerous ones. I've learned to fear those, I assure you. What stat is this modifier again? Perception's probably going to be important just as well, just because that's a generally good thing to have. No, only having little knowledge world is kind of annoying, but I can't have everything. I have to be very smart about this. I start at level 5 if I remember right. A new feat, huh? Alertness, armor focus, blind fighting. Right, feet. This is probably the only... Yeah, I'm getting 2 of these left, so let me just check my build here. Alright, here we are, a quick cleric handbook for some feats. Alright. Let's see here. Wow, none of these feats are listed here. Oh dear. Unfortunate. Let's see here. Huh. Not a single one of the feats are listed in this guide or in here, which means they're in the tabletop, but they're not in this game. Lovely. Oh dear. Alright. Sun domain. Heavy armor is tempting just so I actually have some decent, just so I have some decent options with armor, but at the same time I could go with lighter armor. Think about it. Combat casting actually is probably going to be, yeah, just because I'm going to be in melee a lot. This is not, as mentioned, these builds are going to be character flavor focused and not necessarily optimal, so just to warn everyone. Wisdom is definitely going to be the one to push whenever I get some free levels. And 5. Here we are, 10. Weapon focus, spell focus. I was gonna use the battle axes because I've noticed we've been getting a lot of battle axes in the main campaign and not here. Let's see, I can either get heavy armor to be able to fight in melee, or I can get blind fighting for an invisible attacker gets no bonuses. Don't lose dexterity, and the attackers get the usual bonus. However, still apply for ranged. But I do gain immunity to gaze attacks. Extra channeling would give more healing, but we're probably gonna have a default healer, so. I should probably go with heavy armor again because it's not like there's many people who even can use it, but. I guess it does fit the character to be able to use heavy armor. Here we go. There are some stories that resemble the last fleeting gleam of sunlight. As the sun sets in the fog, it gleams and disappears, leaving perhaps a bright trace of someone's memory. One such memory is of a town of Varnhold, and I, an author still unknown to you, shall convey it in every truthful and exciting detail. Okay, so Lindsay's still writing this one too. It's just that it's our character. Ark has not met her yet.
Lords and ladies, today we are here to honor 3 brave.
Oh, that's my character's in the outfit that he's wearing even in the campaign, even though he didn't at the time. That's funny.
Stolen lands. Baron Hannes Drelev, the new master of Glenabon, Captain Maegor Varn, the conqueror of Dunsword, and finally, the tamer of the Shrike Hills, who put an end to the atrocities of the Stag Lord's bandits. Step forward. On behalf of the people of the free city of Restov, I confer upon you this noble title. Rise, your grace. Step forward. On behalf of the people of the free city of Restov, I confer upon you this noble title. Rise, your grace.
Thank you, Lady Aldori, distinguished guests. It is a great honor for me. It is with the greatest joy that I announce the founding of my barony in Dunsward. It shall be called Varnhold.
At least
But I must say that this happy event is not mine to claim alone. The stolen lands would never have yielded to me if it weren't for the valor of my friends and companions.
There's nice things about having a
Now
a
I would
leader who
like to
can talk like
introduce
that.
my right hand, a hero without whose help I wouldn't be standing here now. Please, step forward.
I see. The idea is we helped him and got to level 5 along the way. In the process. That makes sense. It took us around level 4 or 5 there. The beginning. City of Restov, Cradle of Intrigue. Let Maegor know when you're ready to go. Restov's Cradle of Intrigue and Wellspring and Greatness welcomes a daring conquerors, Maegor Varn and his companions among them, who awaits within these walls. Varn's companion. Cassil. It's high time Varn and his people were rewarded for their many feats. I'm glad this moment's finally come. Today we raise our cups to Varnhold. I look forward to the day we raise them once more and celebrate independence. So you're the famous Ark. I'm pleased to finally meet you in person. Varn has told me so much of your deeds. What do you hold for the future of Varnhold? I only wish I knew. We live in a wild time of great changes. This rise of new states and disputed lands will be a shock to the entire region. I, of course, have my own thoughts and plans, as everyone does. There's only one thing I'm sure of. There's no risk of a warring future. Allow me to return this question. What do you think awaits us, barony? I'll be frank. We're braced for... Work. Much difficult and dangerous work awaits us if we are to survive. You seem to have both your feet on the ground. It's good to know Varn has such people around him. He's never lacked courage, but practicalities have never been a strong suit. The Varnling host fought for your interest many times, but we haven't had a chance to meet in person yet. It's a pleasure doing business with the Varnling host. You offer honest swords for honest gold. You charge a fair amount, but this means I won't have to worry about someone else buying you out from under me. Alas, not many mercenary teams can boast your reputation. I wish you luck.
Let us press on.
Oh yeah, I got a long sword because... Alright, let's see what's this. A bag of holding. Okay, that's good. You can always never have too many bags of holding. Belt lantern. Not bad. Some generic items, that's good. Alright, as cleric, I need to, prepare my spells. Cause fear, bane, fairy fire, bless. Divine favor. Remove fear is a debuff I think is going to be needed. Necessary. Unbreakable heart is also going to be good to break people out. Only 1 minute has strength, wisdom of deity, a luck bonus on for every 3 caster levels. Max 3. Fire belly. Magical fire, granting resistance to fire 5 and making your gut hot to the touch, but not enough to damage you or anything else. Breathe the... Each time uses breath, the remaining duration is reduced by a minute. Yeah, I think I'd rather get some buffs, debuffs, and, Actually, I should probably get some Cure Light Wounds memorized here. And what about Tier 2 spells? Searing Light, Magical Vestment, 1 hour per level. You imbue armor shield with enhancement per caster levels. Searing Light. Within medium range. A creature struck takes divine damage. A construct only d6 per 2 caster levels, so maximum. Magical Vestment. This is a good defensive one. Archon's Aura. You gain a powerful aura similar to an Archon's Menace. Any hostile creature must succeed a will to resist. Cure serious wounds or dispel magic. Delay poison. Delay poison will be good if we know poison's coming. Yeah, remove disease curse. These are all necessary, but also something we can prepare. Prayer. This is I definitely want access to. And cure serious wounds. Ah, we missed level 2 somehow. Aid. I don't need see invisibility for the moment, although it'd be nice if I could memorize it to one of my other slots. Blessing of Luck and Resolve. Blessing of Courage and Life, 1 minute per level. 2 morale bonus. On saving throws. On morale bonus against fear and death effects. And listen, in fact, you can choose then the spell with a burst of energy. Some small and effortless armor. The armor wear no longer reduces speed. You also reduce the armor's armor check penalty. I'm pretty sure shouldn't need that. I guess cure moderate wounds, just in case for preparation here. There we are. Wizard. Conjuration specialist, but he hates divination and illusion. Mage armor. Yeah, that's fine. Shield, magic missile, enlarge. Summon monster. I think I'd rather summon elemental over that. False life. Let's see here. It's not awful, but I'd rather have more damage spells personally. Yeah, I'm fine with this one. Actually, I'd rather have more fireballs, but we don't have enough levels for that. And does he? Nope, he can't cast spells. Alright. What is Margar Varn's class? He is a rogue. Interesting. Got some decent equipment, at least. I guess I should avoid just copying the spellbook too quickly, but yeah, copying scrolls spellbook's always nice. Excellent, we have fighter, mage, and cleric, with the cleric also being a bit front line, so this should be good. Oh, this is light armor, not heavy. I also want battle axes, but I can get those later at my leisure. I'm guessing it started with the mace because I'm a cleric, and clerics usually have those, but longsword is because of my chosen deity. Yeah, I wanted fire or sun and war or strength, and the only one who could give me both of these was Ilmday, so we're going to have to be lawful good for that. Because of the way this character is, I felt I could play her as basically a cleric of any one of these faiths except for Rovagug or Grodius. Rovagug because that's just destruction for destruction's sake. There's no productivity in it. Even Lamash 2 is all about could be depicted as giving to primal desires. Actually, even the main game did a pretty good job of showing why someone might follow her. And of course, Grodius is just entropy. I can't really think of anything productive with that. And if we're honest, Harim's doomy speeches, while funny at first, honestly got boring after a point. They stopped being funny, and that's always disappointing. All society is here, even Nala Saratova. There could be an assassination, provocation, anything. Natala. Huh. Ark, right hand of Magar, the hero. They say your courage is only matched by your ingenuity. Is this true? Oh, you're too kind, your highness. Yeah, Ark is very much a lawful good, respectful cleric, and every word of honest truth. Well, you're too kind, your highness. I see you're not only darling, but well-mannered. A rare combination of virtues, especially among people in your trade. Your commander is courageous, but doesn't think clearly about matters. He bluntly refused to take envoys with him, as if he thinks his young barony could survive without allies. Do you think there's a reasonable people in his new baron's circle who would understand the diplomacy of the state? If you mean spies and traitors, I can assure you there's no one like that among us. I see you're the perfect match for a leader. I can only pray Varnhold thrives in isolation from the outside world. But in any case, for now, this is just empty rhetoric. Your young state must prove it's worthy of diplomacy. I suspect we shall revisit this in a year or two, if by that time the name could still be found on the maps. What do you think of today's reception? I suppose Lady Eldori and the mayor are very happy with this affair. They've managed to plot behind my back, along with their new toy baronies. Honestly, I should remind them who rules Bravoy and call an immediate end to this farce. Do you know why I haven't? Because it would be terribly obvious and a crude response. On the battlefield, you wouldn't seek to do the very thing your adversary expects and has been preparing for, would you? But I assure you, sooner or later we'll make our move, just not today. And what are your thoughts on Varnhold itself? You're addressing a ruler of Bravoy. I don't guess anyone's future, I determine it. Varnhold, I'm still thinking about what to do with you. We'll see how you deal with the lands you've received. Very well. Have a safe journey. I wish your baron happiness. From mercenaries to barons, well, there's some noble families with humbler beginnings.
Godspeed.
Lady Eldori doesn't have guests, but today's without one celebration. Your lord drew a winning ticket. You must be glad to serve in his army. Eldori doesn't have guests very often. Lander. Varnhold it is, then. I'll be curious to see what you manage to build there. I might even pay you a visit sometime. Keegs. Vani Keeg. Building houses, settling hearths, turning wastelands to bountiful fields. These are all pious acts. Make Eris still. Hey, Jew. Lindsay's here. My friends went ahead, but I stayed to chat with the heroes of Arnling host. Who would have imagined you've accomplished so many feats? Hope someone makes a song about you too. You work single-handedly destroying everything you've worked hard for this year. Don't even start. This is... No, I'll have no idea. Say what you want, but I'll know about Magar. Could you even hear herself? What other rubbish? No, you need to listen to me. El Tertuccio, well, scum. How did we... Well, maybe I had one too many. No, you have no idea. Hannes? Ugh. Rootless upstarts.
Forwards.
Civilized ends outdoors. Civilized world ends of the river to the south. Beyond that are miles of impossible wilderness. What a relief people are settling there at least. At last. Your lord drew a winning ticket. You must be glad to have served in that army. As the guests linger to entertain themselves, one hero of the occasion stands aside, Magar, the leader of the Varnling host, your direct commander, and henceforth the undisputed Baron of Varnhold. He's busying himself with one of his favorite pastimes. He's trying very hard not to yell, but his ferocity is arguing with something with his co-founder, a wizard named Sifal, Varn's oldest companion, as his most uncompromising opponent.
But, Varn, my dear friend, would you please be so kind as to explain what devil take you've been doing? I've financed this venture with my own personal funds, not to mention all the effort and time I've invested. And pray tell, what was it all for? For you to assemble the fruits of our labors and pitch the whole lot down the privy?
Fruits? I've been busy guarding these fruits from Brevoy's incessant fruit moths. But I'm a baron now. We finally have our own land. For the first time in our lives, we're independent. No one can tell us what to do, and you want to destroy everything we've achieved by inviting spies into our house? Of course! Why not? Please, do come in, eavesdrop, sniff around, take whatever you please. Cephal is generous. He said make yourself at home.
Oh, Asmodeus, please give me the patience to withstand this nonsense, or take my soul already. Varn, you sane? What is this independence you speak of? We depend on Restov for literally everything. The inflow of settlers to the food to feed them. I like Jamandi no more than you do, but it will take us years to free ourselves from her influence. Right now we must bow to our patron, brag about a title we received from her very hands.
That is true. It'd be a bit... Even Lendar, as much as he hates her and is trying to turn us against her, openly admits we can't go against her directly.
Listening to you is disgusting. Did we claw away our own piece of land, only to keep toiling away for all those... Ah, friend! You're right on time. Come, be our arbiter.
What are you arguing about here?
At issue is the fact that Jamandi Aldori has generously offered to Magar the use of her envoy. And who is Jamandi Aldori? The very same one who created our barony, and who could make it disappear with a flick of her finger. An insignificant figure in the grand scheme of things, no doubt. But good Varn refused her. And to top it all off, he rather suggestively hinted that he considers every single one of Brevoy's diplomats to be spies.
What else should I consider them? Cephal, have you grown foggy in your old age? I can hardly recognize you. You've always been a hardliner. You've always put the interests of our ventures above everything else. And now you want us to roll over on our backs for the Aldori, wiggle our tails, and wait to be petted. We're an independent state now, and we shall have it known to all that we won't be ordered about.
Magar, of course they're spies. You refused the spy in plain sight. Congratulations, well done. Now the Sword Lords will send other spies, ones we won't even be able to see. Restov has invested a great deal in our barony. He is ready to invest yet more. So why bite the hand that feeds us before the feeding is over? We could at least pretend to be humble, so long as we're still getting something for it.
Magar doesn't want to be compromising at all. Oh, well, Cephal... But I do think Cephal has a point. While I did reject the initial... And the initial two because I knew they'd just be there purely keep an eye on us. I took Lendar because he's a wild card. I don't even know what he's going to lead to. And yes, I'm fully aware he could be chaotic evil or something and I wouldn't realize it. But I thought it might be fun. Plus, maybe he's not lying when he says he wants to see more of the world. So... But... Now, granted, I don't know if he's evil or what, because he has supported bandits only in ways that he could benefit himself. They don't benefit us. He says he wants to further both his goals and the barony. I don't think he's lying about that. To the UI, I don't think the UI is lying, more specifically. Although I suppose his own and the could be also be a matter of make us not able to call upon the Sword Lords for help or whatever when he invades. I'm aware that is possible, but I don't know. I don't regret my decision, if only because, but I will admit the safe decision probably is hers because, or possibly even Saratovi now that I think about it, because, like they said, she's very clearly here to spy on us, but that also means she has to keep us up to date on them because, of course, friends will offer that sort of thing. So basically, it's a win-win situation. Friends close and enemies closer, as they say. And like you said, it's a spy in plain sight. So you don't have to. It's easy to keep an eye on them versus if they have someone hidden in my lands watching.
Well, for one thing, that's low. By accepting Restov's handouts, we're taking on certain obligations. I know you don't care a fig for morality, but think of our reputation. Who will want to deal with us if we steal from our employers and stab them in the back?
This is precisely the reason I refused to take the guild's starting boost of 500 BP. That would have done a huge help in terms of getting my empire going, but it could mean problems later when either I haven't paid the debt back yet, or they could call in the debt whenever they feel like it. Oh, you owe us a favor. Yeah, I don't want that.
Why do you keep saying us and our? Do I need to remind you that you're a baron now? That is the difference between you and me. You were born of a noble family, and yet even now, after receiving lands and power, you continue to think like the leader of a band of thugs. But my parents plowed the soil, and I learned to read by moonlight. But even as a snot-nosed child, I tried to think like a ruler, a king without a kingdom. After decades, plans and schemes are finally bearing fruit. I shall not allow you to destroy everything we have created with your stupid pride.
Alright, so if we agree with Magar, we want to claim the rights or we'll never climb out from under the thumb of Restov. But if we agree with Cephal, we have to be cautious for Loon Varnhold as quickly as we want it. Or otherwise I could ask, I don't know why you like it. She's a fine person.
Allies? You mean vassals. Jamandi keeps singing about freedom and independence, but that's only because it's the legal loophole she's using. In truth, she doesn't want Varnhold as an ally. She wants Varnhold as a puppet.
Yeah, I think as far as I can tell, Jamandi is a lawful good type. But remember, just because they're lawful good doesn't mean they can't do awful things. Oh yeah, I should show the portrait I made here. There you go. Again, this is all artwork of the character I got during Age of Wonders 3 and 4 playthroughs, so it's pretty nice. She was a theocrat in 3, and in 4, I believe she was a proper cleric there. Yeah.
For once, I will agree with you, Magar. And you, my comrade, do not be so naive. Jamandi is no friend, not to us. Brevoy is on the verge of civil war. When she sends us to die for her ambitions, she'll more than recover Brevoy's investment in us.
Interesting. Well, at least I got the argument to end, if only because I got them to agree on something for once. Be so naive.
If you know this, then why would you kowtow to her? You may be an old fox, but she's no little sheep. You think you can deal with the devil, take what you want, and then slip away without paying?
Exactly. Asmodeus is my witness. I know more about deals with devils than you. In fact, I'm accustomed to playing the devil's role myself. Deals of this sort.
Yeah, Asmodeus is lawful evil. Prince of Law, King of Hell, Master of Witches. Incidentally, this is also something to mention about Rovagug. Even evil deities like Asmodeus helped seal him away. That's how big a deal it is. If you wonder why one evil deity would turn against another, to the point of even allying with heroes, I believe the Kingpin from Spider-Man put it best. There's no profit to be gained from the end of the world. It's bad for business. And yeah, Asmodeus is lawful evil. If he had the, I would be fine depicting her as a follower of him if As long as if he had the domains I was looking for, but no, you can only choose the domains of your specific deity, which is a bit disappointing.
All right, enough arguing. This done cannot be undone. You spoiled my game quite a bit, Magar, and I will not forget it in a hurry. We shall try to play with the hand we were dealt. Celebrations are over. It's time for everyday life. I suggest we exchange bows with the respected hosts and set off to Varnhold. We have much work to do.
I think I already spoke with all the guests, so let's go. Yeah, our companions and stuff aren't here. I'm guessing because companions in this game are largely optional.
If we had a Brevin envoy with us, they'd be spying out the road to Varnhold for Jamandi.
As if Jamandi best not learn where we live. If there were an envoy with us, I would already be feeding them misinformation.
Are they coming? Hail, fighters! Hail, your grace! I promised for many years that I would lead you to victory, and now I have. Hurrah! You're the mercenary party no more. You're my personal guard and the best. We will never fight for others' gold again. From now on, we fight for what is ours. Hip hip hooray! Glory to Baron Varn! The soldiers fall out, and only Kierdi remains, looking gloomy as ever despite the universal jubilation. A sullen dwarf is a quartermaster and chaplain of the Varning host, famous for skill in dampening the commander's enthusiasm. Welcome back, Your Grace. Did you have fun at the celebration? Enough to eat? Oh, Kierdi has no, portrait. Have enough to eat? Good. Let's get back to work before you squander the whole barony. You should have gone with us. You'd have liked it. I hate Rostov. Besides, while you were at the ball, another bandit gang slithered to town, and who would have taken care of if I wasn't here, eh? And who the festivities are over. You're a baron now. Let's get to baroning. If you say so, here's my first order. I shall appoint you as treasurer. You to follow my regent. You are as my general. Any questions? No? Get to work. A few moments later, Magar watches the fallen Kierdi goes away and looks at you. There's a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. Hard to believe, isn't it? After so many years of life on the road, nights in barracks and tents, I'm now a baron, with my humble own baronial residence. Sleeping in tents not bad. Depends who you're sharing it with, I think. A place to call home. All one can wish now is a family go with it. Sleeping in tents not bad. Depends who you're sharing with. I think we've fought enough to deserve a little comfort. Or we could just go back to business. Ark is very much a business person, so... And you... I think we fought enough to deserve a little comfort. Right. Well, let's try to get used to soft feather beds and a roof over our heads. Well, General, here's your first order. Talk to security and pick 3 of our lads as your brothers in arms. I can't spare more than 3 for now. Someone has to guard the capital. Take the best, whoever follow you to hell and back. When you gather them together, come find me. There's something I'll need you to do.
Without a doubt.
Ripples on the water. Ignash. Oh, I'm sorry. What do you seek, soldier? I'm sorry, general. What'll it be? Spells, magic, secrets? Huh? Old Ignash can do anything. I even wands a potion. I can tell a fortune. Won't cost you too much. Alright then, who are you, Ignash? He focuses eyes on you. Me, Ignash the sorcerer. I worked many years in rain and snow. Never a beer, never any dough. Within one day, I got myself washed, and suddenly the gift of magic I tasted. Now I wander, fortunes to tell, and spells to sell. Show me your wares. Plenty of magic, but no tricks. Alright, so 3 is to fill out my, thing here. Empowered meta magic rod. That one looks good. Protection. Blindness, hate, magic missile. Neutralize poison. Remove disease. Spit venom. 25k, huh? And how much is the wand again? Yeah, 9,000. That's basically 2/5 the whole thing gone in one go. I'm not sure I'm that desperate for it.
Godspeed. Let us press on. I will guide us.
The Undertaker. A bearing of her own. That's quite an undertaking. Ha 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 ha.
Godspeed.
Tahara, Gakor, Bruiser.
I will not falter.
Can't speak to any of these folks. Carity, formerly quartermaster and chaplain, now treasurer, greets you with a curt nod. Over all the years you've spent with this no-nonsense dwarf, she's only smiled 3 or 4 times, and never when she's sober. So, you finished celebrating, having your fun? Let's get back to business. My gut tells me they aren't going to let us live peacefully in this land. And we're lucky to have a resourceful person like you on our side. Of course you are. Without me, you'd all be paupers. Boy, you're sucking up to me. You, after all the beer in my stock, I'm not pouring you any, so don't give your hopes up. I need some equipment. Show me what you have. Take your pick. Just don't imagine the general gets whatever she wants for free. Order's an order. Battle Axe +1. I do want this for this particular character. I'm going to be a jerk and get this for myself. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with that, right? Actually, I have heavy armor proficiency, so getting heavy armor would be a good idea, I think. Yeah, I could have half plate heavy armor without penalties. Should I have gone for heavy armor? Maybe I should. Well, I'm buying this no matter what, I can tell you that much. That's light armor, and I have heavy armor proficiency, don't I? I debated if this was actually worth it, but then again, maybe I should. Medium armor, heavy armor. Maybe I should have just gone with medium, actually. Let's see if this works.
I do not find this to be useful. I have no need for this.
I can't use that? I thought that was a battle axe. Huh. Damn it, did I mess up that badly? Valid. Oh, you're the general now. Congratulations. Want a drink? Water while you're on duty? I have to serve as General Varnhold. I'll have to start the day with a glass of gin, but you do that anyway. Who said Taver's life is easier than the general's? What's on the menu? Here, take your pick. Did I screw this up already? Should I restart and get battle axe instead of heavy armor proficiency? I think I might have to, honestly, but we just started. Taking the team on my raid. Alright, I would recommend Gekker, Bruiser, and Tahara. It's a waste such a strong priest and fighter, or who can tear teammates because of bare hands patrolling the streets of Tahara. Koopa and Varnhold. What if she starts thinking the gold times she's a pirate? Fine, I'll take them. That's a deal. Gekkor. Lawful neutral range. Herald Caller. What's a Herald Caller? Divine Caster. Ah. Those summoners. Neutral good. Freebooter. Never heard of Freebooter. Independent agents, crew, in order to travel often moves when... And lawful evil, scaled fists. Deep precision warrior monks trained with the tutelage of draconic masters. Scaled fists learn to brutal intimidation. Willa's journal. Oh, Willa's is someone else completely. I'm gonna have to redo this. Yeah, as nice as heavy armor can be, I need battle axe if I can't use them. I messed up really bad, and this is only the start. I can't wait 2 more levels for that. Yeah, let's just restart here. Is there any difference between the body types? Weird. Wisdom. There we go, +4. That's a huge boost. Combat casting.
Our path leads on. Contemplate on your mistakes. I will see this through. Hold on, just a little more. Stand with me.
Battle Rage. You can touch a creature, get... The most annoying thing about this is it only lasts 1 round. Treat Affliction. Lore Religion check. There's a separate heal check in the tabletop game for things like Treat Affliction. Actually, maybe instead of a... Nothing to choose. Martial weapons, prerequisites, doesn't have the following proficiencies. And all martial weapons. Here we are, of Great Axe.
We shall overcome.
Weapon focus. Choose one type of weapon. You can choose an on strike as your weapon purposes. You gain attack rolls when using the selected weapon. Exotic weapon proficiency. Wisdom's probably recommended. Yeah, wisdom or a physical stat's probably ideal, but wisdom's probably the smart choice. Well, there really isn't much for a cleric to get each level, huh? Extra channeling of their additional times. It's not bad, but I probably don't need it. Power attack. Increased by half. A one-handed weapon, 2 hands. Attack bonus reaches 13 every 4 points. Increases. Oh, right, I need a toughness. Because I need HP. How could I forget? I was thinking there was something important. Power attack I could potentially get next time, though. Just because that's a really good move. Guess I can let that play out.
Lords and ladies, today we are here to honor 3 brave people who have done the impossible. They've tamed the stolen lands. Baron Hannes Drelev, the new master of Glenabon, Captain Maegor Varn, the conqueror of Dunsword, and finally, the tamer of the Shrike Hills, who put an end to the atrocities of the Stag Lord's bandits. Step forward. On behalf of the people of the free city of Restov,
I played for 1 hour only to immediately just restart the entire game. Oops. Well, that's how it goes some days.
Step forward. On behalf of the people of the free city of Rostov, I confer upon you this noble title. Rise, your grace.
Thank you, Lady Aldori, distinguished guests. It is a great honor for me. It is with the greatest joy that I announce the founding of my barony in Dunsward. It shall be called Varnhold. But I must say that this happy event is not mine to claim alone. The stolen lands would never have yielded to me if it weren't for the valor of my friends and companions. Now I would like to introduce my right hand, a hero without whose help I wouldn't be standing here now. Please, step forward.
Lawful evil. Chaotic good. Interesting. By the right sword, as youngest son of a nobleman and by a long train of brothers between him and the title, Maegor Varn learned to take strength that he'd never received by right of blood. With the fire and sword, even as a youth, he led his team of mercenaries called the Varnling Host. After decades of glorious feats, he received the title of Baron. As the new ruler, he faces new problems and opportunities, but will he become a ruler or remain a reckless mercenary captain? A bitter friend. Sefal is an experienced wizard and co-founder of the Varnling Host. He serves as Baron's mentor and uncompromising critic. He's a dismal man, I must say. His stare makes one curl up into a ball, or at least walk away as quickly as possible. Even I, seasoned adventurer, never thought to cross him. He likes to imagine he knows more about politics than Barn, his young and daring companion. The two have been together through thick and thin, but will they be able to remain in their union, being tested by power?
But,
Fruits?
oh, as
Listening to you...
at issue is the fact that
What else?
Maegor.
Well, for
Why do you keep saying us and our?
allies.
For once I will...
If you know this,
Exactly. All right, enough arguing. It's done, Cap...
Alright, let's go.
if we had a Brevin envoy with us, they'd be spying out the road to Varnhold for Jamandi.
As if Jamandi best not learn where we live. If there were an envoy with us, I would already be feeding them misinformation.
You know, this does remind me, Jubilost having journalism reminded me that something that a lot of like to do is have some slightly false information in articles they write, as this is the main way they find out who's directly copies from what location. Basically, that's the main way they identify people who directly copy and paste versus people who just, you know, all have the same opinions or copying the same opinion, as it were. Varnling host my eagles. Promised for years I'd lead you to victory, and now I have. I just realized there's a skip button. There probably is, and I just don't know what it is, actually.
Let us press on.
Plenty of magic, but no tricks. Yeah, I'm really tempted to get this lesser empowered meta magic rod. All numeric effects are increased to the spell. Saving throws and opposing rolls are not affected, nor spells without a random variable. Yeah, basically this means that, like if it says a 10d6, it adds 50% of that number back into itself. Or if it's a healing amount for 10d6, for example, it'll add 50% of whatever it rolls to the end. So you can see why I'd quite like this thing. Magic items are going to be very useful here. Or right, battle axe. Whole reason I came in here. Let's make sure if I got the proficiency for this. Yep, I can in fact equip the battle axe now. Arcane spell failure chance, but arcane spell failure doesn't matter here. I guess I could just take the default companions here. I also should probably get equipment for people. Alright, let me see. I can't. Alright, so remember, I can't use heavy armor anymore, but I can use medium, so I should definitely look into that. It's not a huge difference, but it could help. Light armor, that's heavy armor, medium armor, hide. Seven. Breastplate, 7 armor. This is medium armor, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's a pretty good increase to my AC, but it's not going to do much, I can tell you that much. I want someone from the team on the raid. I would recommend these three. It's a waste when such a strong priest and fighter who can tear teammates apart is stuck patrolling the streets, and Tara, that insolent mug, I'm afraid to keep her cooped up. What should I thinking too fondly? Fine, I'll take these three. That's a deal. Talk to Baron Varn. Does everyone here have good gear? Yes, actually. They've got solid gear. Masterwork, magic weapons. So yeah, I do need to just buy for myself. Alright then. Plenty of magic, but no tricks. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, for the price of just one of these, I can get the better cloak resistance than all these others. Oh, he's already got one. Doesn't need another one. Studded armor +1. Shield of Faith potion. Battle axe. I was hoping for a two-handed, but guess I can worry about that later. Do I even want the meta magic rod? I don't have any. Oh right, I forgot one thing important. Spell prepping. Grace. Personal 1 minute until the end. Will not provoke an attack of opportunity. Magical vestment. That's gonna be a good one. That should be good. I kind of prefer Fireball over the Summon Monster, but I guess I can't deny it's useful. Although him, I'd rather have Elemental Summoning. Instead of this, another Burning Arc. Yeah, these are fine. Cleric Magic, Aristil. Animal Domain, Sacred Hunter. Magical Fang. In 1 minute, Magic Fang gives all natural weapons and armed strikes. Yeah, these are all fine. Hold Animal. Oh dear, is that really all I can choose at this level? Oh my. Protection of Alignment Communal. Remove Paralysis. Dominate Animal. Ranger. Aspect of the Falcon, a minute per level. Throwing competence and perception for and critical multiplier becomes higher. Lead Blades. All melee weapons you are carrying when the spell's cast deal one is higher. Summon Nature's Ally, Longstrider. Run around a level. Summons a natural might. Here we are. I don't know how all this team's gonna work, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Battle Rage. Standard action, huh? It's only for one round. Good news is the Sun Domain gives me a good amount of stuff. A new place, a new life. I'm gonna grab a sip of my drink. Ah, there we are. I should probably number the Varnhold lot VODs differently than I do the, what's it called? Part of me wonders if I should just spend all the money now, but at the same time, I could probably keep a bit. And maybe I'll call the Varnhold's lot session 1 or 2. I don't want to put part 1, 2, whatever, because that's also how I name regular VODs. So I don't want them mixing up with the main story here, but these are part of the main story, so that's why I want to go here.
Godspeed.
What the? Oh, right, he's a monk, so he can't use weapons. Composite longbow. That is a decent damage upgrade from what he currently has, so that might not be a bad idea. But I should keep looking here. Headband of Inspired Wisdom. Bonuses usually won't stack, but Dexterity is probably going to be good here. Oh. Incredible Dexterity. Mighty Fists. Enhancement bonus on the natural weapon rolls. Heart of Ira. Immune to it. Activate the necklace. Okay, that's too expensive, so I'm not going to bother with that. Longbow +1. That is an upgrade, but what's a composite longbow here? Higher piercing damage, composite, masterwork. It is a good upgrade. Alright. Let's give him the better bow here. Composite longbow. Mighty Fists. Amulet of the Mighty Fists. Damage up. Wonderful. There we are. Let's see. Headbang and Velour. Yeah, the headband of wisdom's probably good, although I could also go with strength, dexterity, even constitution to survive better. Damage. If your attack succeeds, you deal damage. Your choice of weapon deserves the amount of damage you deal. Attack. Battle axe. Your roll attempt to strike your opponent when it's your turn to act. If you do not make an attack roll, you make a d20 to add your attack bonus. Other modifiers apply. If results equal or exceeds your armor's class, you hit them and inflict damage. Critical. When your attack rolls up a natural 20, you hit regardless of the armor class, and you've scored a threat, which means the hit might be a critical. To find out if it's a critical, you immediately attempt to confirm the critical by rolling another attack roll. If the confirmation also hits the target's AC, your original hit will critical. If it misses, then it's just a regular one. A critical damage more than once with all your usual bonuses and add them together. Otherwise, you just roll for damage twice. Wand of Burning Arc. I need to remember to use those more. Appearance. Show helmet or backpack. Oh wow, we're all almost level to leveling. Well, that's nice. Fire Fairy, a minute per level. Pale glow outshines sheds like candles. Creatures outlined by fairy fire take a penalty on stealth checks. Do not benefit from concealment. Alright, so this is usually used to reveal people. That's good to know. Orc weapon familiarity, simple weapon, weapon proficiency with longsword, martial weapons proficiency. Inventory. Yeah, attempting either to have a more physical stats to hit better. So your dex, reflex support applies to your range attacks. Throwing axes, range, armor. Maximum carry, hand-to-hand combat, and some rangers. Physical power. This is important for those engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Strength determines maximum amount of weight. Strength modifiers, melee rolls, athletic strength. Mobility, trickery, and stealth. It's also useful for characters who wear right and medium armor or no armor at all. Dexterity. This is the most important ability for rogues, as it's vital for characters to succeed with ranged weapons. I don't think this increases the hit rate, unfortunately. Constitution is health and stamina, increases hit points, so this ability is important for all classes. Some, like undeads, do not have it. Their modifier is +0. Each roll of a hit die. Constitution penalties will never drop the result below 1. Thus, you gains at least 1 hit point each time you advance the level. Resisting poison, similar threats. Characters' hit points also decrease. 5,000 left. Oh my, will I even be able to afford one of those helmets? 4,000. Yes, but only one. Vast intelligence. Inspired wisdom. Helmet of inspired wisdom. That's the last of the money, but I think it went to a good cause. A +5 modifier on wisdom. That's going to be really good. Clerics and druids, and also important for monks and rangers. Ah, yeah, this gives me an extra spell slot. Sadly, this only affects spell slots. It does not grant me additional damage, which would have been nice. I should probably put this extra slot in here just because Bless is good to double up on. Alright, going up here into the castle, I'd assume, given this is a base here. That reminds me, how are my saving throws looking? Oh, plus 11 on the will save. I think that's going to be a good one. I don't know about you guys. Syphil. Hello, hello, come and sit. I'm just a little busy now, but I can make time for you. You're not bothering me over nothing, are you? We fought together a long time, I still don't know much about you. Where are you even from? People know as much as I allow, which I grant is little. However, a person is defined not by their past, but their actions. The way they behave when faced with anger and danger and temptation. How they hold up under pressure and how they spend their leisure. After many years together, you know me better than most. As for my homeland, it's of no importance. They do not miss me, and I have no longing to return. How'd you up in party mercenaries? Ha! I did not end up in one. I created it. I sold everything I had, combined my efforts with a certain hot-tempered young man, set out in advancing his humble glory as much as I was set on increasing my humble savings. As you can see, it was a successful venture. However, I often ask myself if it was the greatest decision of my life or the greatest error. You guys argue about everything. How'd you manage to bring us to victory despite the discord? By a miracle, no less. Varn is a natural tactician, able to turn defeat into victory with a single maneuver, but strategy, long-term planning, politics, those words are meaningless to him. How many times has he won a war only to lose the peace? How many times has he done everything we paid for by blood somehow end up with everyone someone else's vault? Anyway, do not pretend you are a passive bystander to our arguments. Whenever we discuss, you always have an opinion, do you not? Yes, both defend your opinion so ardently, you often overlook things. Quite right, you often point out something that allows us to see the problem from another angle, but let's be honest, regardless of point of view, we'll commonly arrive at opposite. Yeah, it's because Syphil is lawful evil, and Varn is chaotic good, so they are quite literally opposite alignments. What do you think of these prospects? Oh, I'm none too hopeful, at least not until Varn gets his head straight and starts learning to see things like a politician and not a brawler. The experience of our shared ventures does not reassure me. Need I remind you how we hunted the noose, the infamous wish? That one beautifully. We developed a plan, carried through. Whereas I defeated cunning powerful using 3 goat horns and a bucket of paint. Was that the time we defeated a cunning and powerful enemy using 3 dozen goat horns and a bucket of fluorescent paint? It was the time you decided we should rely on a cheap masquerade as a stratagem, ambushing the witch after making the entire party look like horned demons. I refuse to believe that any logic was behind this. However, Varn's initial plan was so ridiculous that could hardly have been made any worse. Using party leader as bait, risking havoc and cause of his death, that was insane. And that sums up Varn. He's capable of great insights and ideas, but he risks too much and has no sense of consequences. I cannot vouch for the state of it, if he does not rein himself in. You and I are both busy people. What a joke to be advisors to barons doing everything in his power to destroy the state. Mager, I have turned to you. Oh, Ark, you're right on time. We need to discuss the incident in Dunsword. About 1,000 other things have to come crashing down on us, along with the Varnhold. What do I need to know about the incident in Dunsword? There's a place called the City of Hollow Eyes. Until recently, it was considered quite peaceful and harmless, despite its name. But something's going on there. Our scouts report that centaurs have attacked the locals, and the gang of cutthroats is wandering the area. It's a good bet those centaurs and bandits that were uprooted by something else, something dangerous, or perhaps they've come drawn to the place by something precious. One day I'll certainly become a decent baron. I'll sit on the throne, sip wine, grow fat, but before that day comes, I hope to add a few more pages to the adventures of the borrowing host. So if you're ready, say the word. But I'm ready to stretch my legs. It's time to prepare. How are you coping with everything crashing down on you along with the title? Ha, just think of it. I'm now a baron. That's right, your grace. This miles through all of his gloom. I thought after so many years of leading the party, more responsibility wouldn't be a problem, and I was right. I'm not afraid of responsibility, but I'm afraid of how little freedom I have. Our wild exploits are over, my friend. Of course, I can still seal some swig of my sword around, but we'll never get back to how it was before. Remember the adventure in the Three Valleys on the border between these two places when the new switch and her rabble were practically ruling the region? The Stratovas made it a point to do nothing, waiting for the Eldori to make their move. Jumanji did the wise thing and sent a team of mercenaries, us instead of our own warriors, but we definitely didn't do a single wise thing. You remember whose idea was it? You bait? Of course. No, your own, of course. Safal wouldn't talk to you for a month after that. I have to have him tell it. I'm a reckless boy who puts his heart and appetite for risk above safety, and I must say, Safal can be right at times. But yeah, it was an insane plan. Of course, we should have listened to Safal, waited for scouts from Galt, and watched while more and more people went missing. Yeah. But time was running out, and the Noose was building shrines to demon lords practically out in the open, doing whatever she pleased. She must have been the most elusive enemy we've ever met, a witch with an incredible talent for conjurations and illusion with almost animal cunning. We tracked her for over a year and never caught her once. But we were right about the plan. To make her drop her guard, we had to make her feel like the hunter, not the prey. I was the prey. We figured she'd be well distracted by the commander betrayed by his own people, and sure enough, you were able to seize the wretch. You know, I never told you, but for a moment there, I wasn't sure I was going to make it. I was all tied up and laying in that stupid box. And then on the altar, I was wondering whether you would ever show up. Would you have enough time? But of course, I never expected what happened after that. I could just assume you'd jump out of the ambush and capture before she had a chance to kill me. I could just as well imagine that you'd make a mistake, arrive a moment late, and my life would be forfeit. But in the name of Ada and Callian, the one thing I never could imagine was a horde of horned monsters howling 100 voices, pointing the hill in all directions. And I looked more closely at their leader and recognized my loyal assistant, my future general. Well, I couldn't have been happier if you were an angel coming from the skies. All's well that ends well. Or something we draw a moral from. Have you thought about the future of Varnhold's and yours? You mean what'll happen when all the dust settles and we straighten things out here? Oh, that's simple. I'll get old really fast, become a terribly grumpy old man, and spend the rest of my days regaling Challent's guests with the barony with incredible stories of the feats of my past. Without waiting for a reaction to his joke, he looks away, as if studying the play of light and shadow on the floor. Truth be told, I haven't made any real plans for the future. I've barely gotten used to the idea that I'm not a vagrant with a sword anymore, but a baron with my own lands, my own town, and my own home. What does that even mean? And what about you? What life do you see for yourself? Do you see yourself settling here? Maybe you don't like the town and you're sick of me, waiting for a chance for greater fortunes elsewhere? I won't leave you, no matter what awaits us next. He looks up for you. Thank you. You have no idea how glad I am to hear this. Let me ask you, how is it you're not sick to death of arguing Safal? You've done it every day for years. It's a well-thought-out strategy. No, I mean it seriously. I've seen the first hand that does the best way to rule is when one person makes decisions and has responsibility, but lets everyone else speak out and tries to hear them all. No one's perfect, especially mercenary Captain Mager of Arn, who somehow became a ruler for no good reason. As long as Safal's with me, as long as I hear him contradicting me at every tiny step, I won't risk convincing myself of my own infallibility. He's doing his best to avoid having any kind of echo chamber. That's honestly quite promising. Of course, there's another side to this. Making decisions nowadays means drowning in endless arguments, and governing is a competition and finding out who's the biggest idiot. That's why it's so important to me. Without you, Safal and I would end up acting like fools because we couldn't stop arguing at the table. That's right, most of the time I want to give you both a good beating. Someone to talk to doesn't hurt either. Without that, I'd go mad, as if all would have ended up so exhausted he'd have had to retreat to some hermitage to honor Asmodeus in the silence of the oak groves. Oh, I'm joking, but still, you do bring harmony to us at least a bit, though our troop has never been the most harmonious. Alright, so we're all ready to go. Our shirts are called, but I'm gonna ride you hard, just like in the good old days. There won't be time for daydreaming or replenishing supplies. Fine, I'll take the warning. Oh yeah, we need to get some rations. Which we can't afford, I'd imagine, but oh well. I got a few things I can sell at the very least. Copy spellbook. Copy to spellbook. Oh yeah, I can afford that easy. Oh well. That should be good, I think. I can afford the small bag of holding for some additional weight later. I'll worry about that some other time. At the very least, I can't believe I almost forgot the supplies. I'm used to having a hunter, but that won't always be available, as I've learned. Alright, let's go. Everyone's ready to go on the road. I like that attitude. Let us go. Varnhold hosts a well-known elite mercenary group. Their heroes capable. The mercenaries are friends. Right, he's leading us because he's the Baron, unlike in the main campaign.
It's time we had a rest.
Continue. I'm saving these for when we're in the dungeon.
People always invent such creepy names for old ruins. I bet when the Cyclops were alive, they called that place Goat Smell Walk or something of that sort.
I highly doubt it. The ancient Cyclopes, after all, had far better taste than you.
There were complaints about merchants disappearing in this area, along with their goods. We should look into this.
Formations. Oh, he's got an elk companion. Interesting.
Godspeed.
Edible moss.
Now, this is something.
Well, that was easy. You got another one?
Stand with me.
Freebooter's Bond. At 4th level, they can bond. Allows spend a move action to grant allies extra combat prowess. For 1 minute. The elk's there. Hampering injury. Acid dart. Oops, that was blocked by line of sight.
Strike as one.
Believe in yourselves.
Sneak attack done.
Do not hold back.
Miss. How do we miss?
Victory is near.
Sneak attack. Good stuff. Charge.
Press on.
On your knees.
I will see this through.
Excellent. Level up already. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's why it was theirs, to make sure we level up immediately.
I stand ready.
Any new spells to memorize? Yes, one level 2. Arrow of Law. Fire a shimmering arrow at the holy symbol and target. A chaotic creature takes damage. Will is a partial negate. Effortless armor, eagle splendor, bone shaker, blessing of resolve and luck. Fear effects and temporary hit points. Yeah, the big thing with aid is the temporary hit points. So I should probably use that a bit more. Oh, good, another one of these. Animate Dead does not work with the characters. Let's get some Cure Serious Wounds on here. Rogue, Danger Sense. There we are. 7. Let's see here. A new ability. Weapon Focus, Short Sword. Dodge. Rogue Talent. Sickened and hits a creature with a melee attack. The character is no longer sickened. Nah, shaken, confused. Pass Stealth, I think, is a good one. Two weapon fighting, double slice, Iron Will.
Please, get to the point.
Wizard. Superior summoning. Each time you cast a summoning spell that conjures, add one more. Add to the spellbook for free. Oh, I can have up to level 3, huh? Stink Cloud. Haste. Absolutely haste. And heroism's a good buff in general. That's your time. Ranger. Hunger Seed from Oni spawn with brawny muscles. Hunger Seed always seems poised to explode in larger, powerful form. Freebooter. Pirate. Ooh, combat style feat. Double slice offhandle, dual wielding for greater power. Strength, greater power. Favored terrain, forest. Combat style. Combat style feat. 2-weapon combat. Improved. 2-weapon combat. Scaled Fist. Must be a lawful alignment. Scaled Fist bonus feat. Blind fighting, dodge. Crane style, toughness. Only take -2 when fighting defensively. Crane wing. Use magic device. Not sure why that one's being used. But who am I to judge? Dragon ferocity. Your attack with the strength of a dragon while using dragon Stunning Fist. You know when to strike. You must use this feat before you make your attack. Damage by unarmed attack must succeed a fortitude in addition to dealing damage normally. The defender who fails is stunned. Second. Crane style. Dazzling display. Your skill with favor can frighten. I need dragon style before I can pick this, right? Yeah, how can I do that but not pick dragon style? Things that require doing a different thing. I think combat reflex is better. It's not something that comes up often, but then again, I guess we are surrounded a lot. Key power, scorching ray, sudden speed. Given they're a halfling, I think this is going to be absolutely essential. And lastly, our Herald Caller Cleric. Oh my, mostly the same build. How embarrassing for me. Any more prepared spells I should be aware of? Yeah. Summoning something, Contagion. Extraplanar dogs. Yeah, I definitely want to go with summoning for this guy. Edible moss. Lots of edible moss. Weird. Oh, there's another edible moss I missed. Your grace, chest good. No need kicking. Chests eat goblins sometimes. I saw it once. If it eats me, you'll be with no baron no more. Me open it for you, baron, your grace. Me be baron, chest mine, no touching baron's treasure. If it eats people, then it's obviously not a real chest, is it? I should clearly save here and not die horribly.
Escaping sight. We will prevail. We shall overcome.
Well, he's dealt with. They're caught flat-footed. Your grace. Well, I've got a fireball. That should help.
Believe in yourselves.
Attack.
That was easy.
Attack!
The Your Grace.
Fight me.
Wow, that was a miss of everything.
Strike as one.
Oh, wow. Well, that's what Your Grace gets for claiming to be a baron.
forwards.
+1 armor here. Masterwork daggers.
Together we stand. Without a doubt.
Potion of protection from evil.
My plans always come to fruition.
I have to be prepared. This is most likely a mimic.
You can trust in me.
So it wasn't a mimic. But this does mean mimics exist in this universe, so we have to be very careful. I guess that's something. Yeah, that's as good as we're getting.
Let us press on. Our time has come. Godspeed.
We're definitely saving now that we got all that stuff. Pretty good profit, I'd say. That was about 3K right there. Oh, that's a masterwork. Don't know how I missed that. Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest, if it's not a masterwork, I don't care. I guess I'll take Your Grace's bow just because, just to flex on who the true Baron is here. What's this? The once quiet glade in the plains of Dunsword can now resembles a low rocky shore, braced for the crash of a menacing wave. A team of centaurs tower above a handful of people, scraping the ground and rising their hind legs from time to time. They seem ready to trample their frightened prey in the mud. They'll stop and noticing her party, the woman in simple, pleasant clothes breaks away from the group and throws herself at Megar's feet. Your Grace, our prayers have been answered. We're the villagers of Old Stump. We wanted to build a farm on these lands, but we barely started digging in the cellar when these monsters appeared. The muscular creature with the thick black hide and dark hair leans forward, thrusting at his chest. Howl louder. The more of our kin call forth, the fewer we'll have to root out from their holes. What does he want from these people? Megar raises his hand in a powerful gesture, drawing him attention. What does he want from these people? What do we want? From two-legged? You ask us after everything your kin have done. You've come to this land uninvited, dig up ancient graves, and attack us, the guardians of the land. What do we want? Clean the world of the dirt you spread. Examine the centaur's gear. No, look close to the symbols the centaurs are wearing. Lore religion check. Succeed. Skill value. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that was. Yeah, that was Ark who checked. All the centaurs have pendants depicting the moon, a symbol of Desna and their aspect of Mother Noon. Examine the centaur's gear. Knowledge check. Failed it. You manage to spot symbols and patterns, but do not recall anything useful. Only remember vaguely centaurs used to live in this long ago. You worship Desna, stranger, and Desna is a good goddess. Do not discredit her with unworthy actions. Margaret's approval. Oh, that's right. We walk under the same moon, stranger. I always thought a good sign when hostile parties begin conversation rather than arrow the face. If you spend your time insulting a stranger, you will surely spend a moment more to explain in detail what my race and my subjects have done to offend you. What have we here? Two-legged with reason and dignity, not like the others. They are deaf to our warnings, he nods at the settlers. Fine, we shall tell you. I will use words of our ancient songs, of Akora Silverfire, who sees further than any of your sages and rulers. We are the guardians of this land. It is imbued with evil. The centaur speaks in a measured, melodic voice, carefully reciting sacred teachings. Evil sleeps here, under the burial mound, under each obelisk with one-eyed skulls, and you, two-legged, dig this ground like moles, stealing secret treasures from ancient graves, and tempting their dread magic. You will ruin all. The one who sleeps must continue to slumber. The caged one must remain behind bolt and bar. Do you understand? I'm giving you a chance to take this rabble and leave. Go away from the city of Hollow Eyes, to the burial mounds, away from the obelisks and Cyclops ruins. If you turn away from the past, the Noman tribe will leave you in peace. Well, that's just wonderful. By a rough estimate, he just demanded we relinquish 2/3 of the barony, including the most fertile lands. Only the barren rocks of the mountains are free from the Cyclops ruins. We don't want bloodshed. We must come to an agreement. Listen, stranger, we cannot simply leave this land, but if your tribe will stop threatening, I'll forbid from entering Cyclops' tombs. My soldiers will patrol and punish trespassers. I'll also meet with the chiefs of your tribe. We should learn to live side by side. I'd also like to learn more about the evil that sleeps here. The Noman tribe is led by the warrior priestess Silverfire. I do not believe a word you say, but I'll give you a chance. If you keep your noses out of the tombs, we will let them remain. Let them plant their orchards and build their homes, but if a single breaks our agreement, there will be trouble. You have been warned. Hunters, follow me. The moment the centaurs left, Sifal sheds his nonchalant mask and turns angrily. What were you thinking? These creatures are unpredictable. Well, savages, and from what we hear, fanatics as well. As soon as the trade caravan unknowingly stops at a wind-torn steel, or children run into a tomb when playing hide-and-seek, they'll return and bring carnage. My friend, you can only make deals with equals. Those things think as you do, but not the half-humans who attack villagers because of their primeval fables. And would you prefer to slaughter them and be done with it? Until we discover their motives and learn their location and numbers, wouldn't you think it wiser to proceed with caution? This doesn't sound like you, old friend. You'd execute a small patrol on a whim to watch all of Varnhold burn tomorrow? No, we must learn what we can of their motives and determine what we need for the armistice. But do not imagine me blind to the menace these centaurs pose to our villages. I'll take any steps necessary to protect them, but do not include slaughtering a patrol or ultimately a whole tribe simply because they lack skill at diplomacy. Your grace, about the tombs, our younglings did to that huge stone sticking out of the ground to the south. When, damn it, I only just promised none of us would set foot in those. If they spot the fools poking around, there'll be trouble. General, Regent, let us go to that vault immediately.
I will guide us.
Please save our children, they are in danger. They certainly aren't being particularly subtle here. Oh, the poor pony. It was killed. Whatever this is, goods. Honestly, I could probably leave all this here for now. I imagine there must be custom dialogue for if you are a Desna cleric or something. Because when the moment the game gave me the option of cast glitter dust specifically, I knew it took into account way more than I realized, which means this game likely has far more depth than I could imagine. And I mean that in the best possible way.
Godspeed.
He already has this on his spellbook, right? Yes. Oh, she's a melee ranger, and he's the. Yeah, I can't learn that spell. Summon nature's ally. Might as well take it on her. I guess more summoning wouldn't hurt, given he specializes in it. Magar could use one too.
Damn it!
Damn it! They all failed to pick the lock. Might as well take a look around just to map the whole area, get a good idea of what it looks like.
Without a doubt. Godspeed.
Guess I'd best save before fighting the giant. Hold on. There we go.
Victory is near.
Sneak attack.
Apparane sentes.
Lovely. Burning arc. Giants are gonna hurt like hell. Yeah.
I am sorry to disappoint you, friends.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, friends.
Apparane sentes.
He's not dead, wow. That's one dead.
Do not hold back.
Critical, wow. Hill giant. Alright, not the hide armor. Breastplate, yeah. Oh, this is the remains of a centaur bowman. Poor thing. The great clubs are really heavy and don't even sell for much.
I will not falter.
Channeling positive divine energy. If there's a shop here, I'd definitely be fine picking all that junk up to sell immediately, but as of now...
Una Adayana.
Press on!
Splattered.
Believe in yourselves!
We shall overcome.
Magritium Turinos. Aboranes Sendes.
Fight me!
Bandit cleric.
Attack!
Damage reduction. Oh, what a pain. Right, those trip.
Victory is near!
There we are. Oh, wow.
You shall pay.
Press on!
gotta heal up. It's better to heal up after fights, I'm noticing. Healing.
I was successful in my search.
Something glitters in the depths of the water. You see the contours of seemingly handmade objects. Oh dear. That has to be an almost perfect. Succeeded. Belt of giant
Forwards.
strength. There we go, +4. That should help out. I could also give it to something else. No, that's a dex weapon. Yeah, these are mostly, our team is primarily dex. No, he uses strength for this, unless he uses finesse. I actually think he has finesse, doesn't he? Yeah, weapon finesse. He's using. Everyone uses dex except for me, so yeah, this is Ark should use that strength up belt.
Believe in yourselves. Fight me.
Venom Manticore. Draconic Fury Electricity. Expend 1 point to imbue natural attacks with electricity.
Victory is near.
And just collapsed.
Strike as one.
No quarter.
Press on.
Killed him then.
Do not hold back.
critical hit.
Believe in yourselves.
Sneak attacks.
We shall overcome.
Wow, missed all those moves.
On your knees.
And none of us have Lord Nature to skin the things, so that's unfortunate. And we've already got one here, so...
Let us not hesitate. I stand ready. Magritium Turinos.
Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos.
There we are.
I will guide us.
Yo, hey, Mr. Bandit. A large group of thugs armed to the teeth approach you openly. The one in front takes swagger. Captain Varn, or rather Baron Varn. I had a feeling you'd appear sooner or later. I've been looking forward to this moment. You call me Palian. I'm the leader of this honorable society of freedom-loving travelers. Haha. It's an amazing place, my Baron. Even the bandits are surprisingly polite and well-spoken. He seems completely nonchalant. A barony usually suits its ruler, he smiles. I wouldn't be talking to any of the smug nobles from Bravoya Protocus, but the glory of the Varnling host precedes you. So I'm making an exception. I have a business proposal. Information and my lad's swords in exchange for the share of your loot. And the lady law will turn her blind eyes elsewhere for now. Succeeded. The gang appears excellently armed and equipped. However, they're obviously just come from a fight. Most are scratched and wounded, their clothes torn. What's more interesting, several have burns left by fire or electricity. Just to get this straight, some person or creature fried your gang till they sizzled, and now you want to get out the better of them. General, don't swallow them whole right away. Leave a few pieces for the rest of us. He laughs. Yes, you've good eyes, General. I wonder if they see the potential benefits of this arrangement. Or can you not see my singe past my singe pride? I'll tell you the whole story. A while ago, a group of locals were lucky enough to witness the spectacle of a lifetime. Two dragons fighting above the wastelands, and one of them appeared to be the legendary Thuliak. That old viper hasn't left her nest in a long time. Of course she won the battle, and her opponents narrowly escaped. Wounded, it struggled eastward, and somehow got over Tors of Lanes, and finally ended up here. He's been settling in the middle of the Cyclops ruins for a few days, and doesn't seem ready to leave. This is an urgent matter, Sir Varney. If you have a bloody dragon in your barony, wounded, but most certainly deadly. He's killed a few centaurs. We saw it with our own eyes. It won't be long before your villagers cross his path, and that'll be a bloodbath. My lads wouldn't stand a chance, although I was ready to fight if we must. You and your current party couldn't beat him either, but if we joined forces, we might take it down and share the treasures and artifacts. I promise you afterwards we'll leave your lands and do our work somewhere far, far away. A tense silence hangs. Magar doesn't speak. Either pondering his thoughts or awaiting a reaction from units of Paul. Look at your companions. As the bandit sets out ideas, Magar grows darker. There's little doubt he's preparing to order an attack and put the gang down. Small watches the leader and draws himself, undoubtedly preparing for a bitter dispute, but be unseemly to argue in front of Thubs. Those sharp words will have to wait till it's done. I can't advance our principles no matter what's at stake. We cannot deal with them. Rubs his hands together, preparing for a fight. Captain Varn spent most of his life fighting bands and murderers. I wouldn't want Baron Varn to commence his rule with an ill-fated partnership with them. If Forgive me, sir, pale yarn. Appreciation for politeness. I shall grant your widow a pension. Penison, if you have one. Pension, if you have one.
Attack!
Attack of opportunity. And misses, because why wouldn't he? That would just make sense, wouldn't it? Attacks of opportunity.
I shall not falter.
I failed. Yeah, he vanished. Not much I can do about that.
Fight me!
Hold on. Just a little more.
Criticals.
I am inclined to withdraw.
Yeah, I can't go on with my main character dead for rather obvious reasons, so let's just go back here. I hope this was after. I remember to save after the fight, not before it. Yes, I did.
Let us press on.
My plans always come to fruition.
Godspeed.
Laborare sentes.
That's a big critical, damn.
Believe in yourselves!
Strike as one! I shall not falter.
Magrizium Turinos.
Oh crap, I shouldn't have skipped that turn.
Just a little more.
Fight me.
Concealment.
Shall not falter.
Right, I have Die Hard for free. Yeah, that's no good. Game over already? How am I messing this up? We actually have a good amount of healing. Or maybe that's precisely the problem.
I will not falter.
Magrizium Turinos.
Let us press on. With me.
It's amazing how completely useless I can be sometimes.
Believe in yourselves.
Magrizium Turinos.
Okay, good. That's a full round attack as well, so the rest should go with that brawler.
Fight me.
There we go, that's another bandit down. Man, that elk is nowhere as powerful as dog. There we go, the brawler's down.
Victory is near.
Magrizium Turinos.
concealment bonuses.
Press on.
Seriously?
Magritium Turinum.
Magritium Turinos.
Wow, that is really bad.
Believe in yourselves.
Wow, we are getting the unluckiest rolls, and they want us to kill a dragon with this.
Fight.
Strike as one!
Victory is near.
Yeah, I could talk of opportunity.
Magritium Turinos.
There we are. That was as painless as it possibly could have been.
Godspeed.
Shock dagger. Does it mark if the character is right or left-handed? Does it mention which their dominant hand is? Right, here. Yeah, these are all the same daggers except for that one there. Light armor chain shirt. Not much, but I guess it might help. Boots of Creeping Death. Competence in all stealth checks and ability has invisibility once per day as if they were a 7 wizard. Oh yeah, that's gonna be really good for Magar, since that means all of his attacks will count as sneak attacks. Belt of Incredible Dexterity. Excellent. Nothing good, but I'd rather not leave that undone, so...
Forwards.
Oh dang, we've all got a decent amount of experience towards
We
this.
will prevail.
Press on! I will not die this easy.
Do not hold back.
I am sorry to disappoint you, friends.
Come on, how the hell am I missing this every single damn hit? Of course, they all have an automatic chance to trip, because canines all have that ability. Every single hit a miss.
I shall not falter. We shall overcome. Just a...
This is no good. Yeah, I'm just not used to this team since I'm too used to the other one. I'm really bad at this. Oh right, I forgot to loot any of these because I'm an idiot. So now I have to do everything all over again. Oh yeah, that one was completely useless. This one's a little better.
speed. Forwards.
I'm not so good with spells.
Fortitude save.
Believe in yourselves.
There we are, that's one down.
Strike as one!
Fight me.
Sneak attack.
On your knees!
Do not hold back!
Victory is near.
Great axe, two-handed.
I stand ready.
Yeah, we're running low on resources. Oh, I missed this last time. Yeah, none of these are any good. I mean, I guess I can take it so that it stops bugging me, but... Scroll of Acid Maw. Your animal companion's bite deals more damage.
Without a doubt. Escaping from sight.
Defeat is not an option.
Press on!
Information updated. Perception check succeeded.
Believe in yourselves!
Perception check succeeded.
We shall overcome!
I am sorry to disappoint you, friends.
Of course I miss every hit. Why wouldn't I? Okay, that's good. That's one down. That's another one down.
Attack!
Oh dear. Of course. Right, I forgot. The poison still works even while you're down, and because he lost his con, he failed the save.
Believe in yourselves!
There's an invisible one coming up.
Strike as one!
Fortitude save. Of course I missed, why wouldn't I?
fight me. I am sorry to disappoint you, friend.
I shall not falter.
Magritium Turinos.
Damn it! How am I? How do I miss every damn hit? Oh, come on, that cost me my attack. That's okay, it's immune or useless. Well, at least appreciate it. Let me load a game mid-fight, because other games I've been playing lately won't allow you to do it until the animations finish, which of course by extension means you can't until the game says okay, until the game's done saying okay, you've been humiliated and died. Oh, come on! Oh, lovely.
Strike as one.
Amusing they focus me, of all people, but I guess that's better.
I shall not.
That poison's not going to be... that poison's gonna be a problem. Of course it wouldn't bounce, why wouldn't it? Protection from poison... Yeah, that's gonna do absolutely nothing. Yay, I get to do more attacks that do absolutely nothing because I can't hit the broadside of a damn barn!
Believe in yourselves.
Permanent sneak attack mode's nice though, that's for sure.
Just a little more.
This is no good. I keep failing that chat. I keep failing the roll. I know I can do this. I need to stop being an idiot and do it right. Granted, it also doesn't help when I get the worst possible rolls.
I will not falter.
To battle and victory!
Ah, I knew that would reveal it. It takes the moment the first time because it has to reveal that thing, stupid thing. No, don't go over there, you idiot! Ah. Damn it, the stupid pathfinding went the wrong place.
Believe in yourselves.
Strike as one.
Completely useless.
I am sorry to disappoint you, friends.
That was completely useless on it. Well, no, it doesn't matter because he was doing 0 damage to anything. Seems like the entire point of him is to
Do not hold back.
freaking finally.
We shall overcome.
On your knees.
Impressive at how many misses and 0 damage hits I can do, isn't it?
As one. Let us press on.
We have absolutely nothing left. You'd think with 2 healers I'd have been able to manage this a lot better, but... Greater Restoration is until a lot later on. There you are, two-legged. What say you now? You try to make us drop your guard. Spies inside the tome. Aim's a boy of 18 in comparison from here. I didn't know such a thing. Look at them. They're adolescents, silly youths who got snuck up in a creepy dungeon. And they did it before we made our agreement. Exactly. They were already on the way, and none of you knew about it. Neither you nor our subjects. The songs written long ago by shamans and warriors. These stories are... He's saying keep away. Don't trust. Be vigilant. And these songs are about you. I don't care about... Do you care about your tribe? So then think. You're about to shed the blood of younglings. They're children. The same as declaring war. Whisper runs through the ranks. Tense applause. They lower their bows. We will withdraw, but your treachery will not pass without consequences. The warrior priestess will find out about everything. He will not trick us again. Yeah. Wonderful. This couldn't get any better. We've barely begun the barony. We're already on the verge of war. Regent General, before we get back, we'll need to consider how to defend our villagers. Maybe we can repair the damage that's been done. As for you children, run home to your parents. Thank you, Your Grace. They would have killed us. Intimidate check succeeded. Oh dang, that was actually reasonably difficult, but we got it. Might as well grab these, not like anyone else is gonna care. Huh.
Stand with me.
Oh no 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 no, damn it. I can't fight this. I don't have the ability, but there's no way to run from fights either. Not without turning everyone invisible, but undead can see through invisible, so you need specifically invisible to undead or it's useless. I'm gonna fail the check this time. I'll have to reload the damn save, but I can do it this time. Oh, nice. Oh dang, I got even better this time. I thought for sure I was gonna fail and I'd have to reload. Yeah, there's no point in staying here any longer. Return to Varnhold. Whatever this is, I want it. Yeah, there's a good amount of enemies here. I don't mind fights, but we don't have too much, and we clearly don't have much time to screw around. Then again, what else is new, right? Even the other game, I found out I can't really screw around too long, especially if I want the barony to handle things. Yeah, but difficulty to effortless out of fear. This area might be a bit rough, but... whatever. The centaurs, those mad beasts, will we ever be safe as long as they roam these lands? The Baron himself and his comrades, I never thought I'd meet someone so important. But... yeah, whatever.
Godspeed.
As much as I want to continue exploring this, we are out of resources and I don't want to risk I don't think there's a time limit, technically speaking, but... you know what, let's just take all of it. We're going to be selling it and back in Varnhold fairly soon anyways, so...
Wonderful. Now the Centaur barbarians have added themselves to our already too long list of problems. We'd best order long pikes for the infantry and beef up the fortifications.
Yeah.
Or we could avoid fighting them and save the money for something more urgent than battling barbarians.
I believe we should set up a camp for the night.
This is a scripted encounter, so I'm not too worried about our other cleric being on brink of death because no one should be attacking him. Get your paws off me, Karen. That's why they had us wait here. Zombie Cyclops, oh my. Oh wow, they have a lot of HP. Gonna have to be in the front line here.
I shall not falter.
Yeah, that's not any good. Damn it! I have so many melee characters. They're actually tripping over each other. Well, actually, no. It's just that we don't have a tank, and that's a bit of a problem. Roar, roar.
Strike as one!
True strike. Man, that AoE is really bad.
Magritium Turinos.
Do not hold back!
Wow, that was really bad of me. Attacked with Masterwork Great Axe. That's a hit.
Believe in yourselves.
Zombie Cyclops. Do I have anything that slays zombies?
Fight me.
There we are. Took all their stuff. Willis Gunderson. The man you just saved catches his breath and smiles brightly as if he hadn't just been zigzagged away from his pursuers. His clothing and equipment are an odd mix of quality, durable items and pompous decorative elements. Even his shirt seems specifically to provide an unobstructed view of his chest, which is adorned with 2 golden chains. Baron Vaughn, your grace, what a fortune meeting you here. Until now, I've only met unpleasant guests in my morning escapades. Maegor smiles warmly at the stranger and extends his hand in friendship as if to an equal. He also stands in a way as to capture the stranger's attention, no, while not blocking your view. Greetings, and you are? Willis Gunderson, your grace, apparently flattered by your attention. The peculiar man strikes a proud pose. Scientist, traveler, and researcher of antiquities, at your service. Oh, it's a pleasure to see that my barony attracts such educated people, and it's most regrettable that they've much faced such difficulties. He nods towards the dead, now entirely dead Cyclops. Where'd that creature come from? I have no idea. I was enjoying the view and taking notes of it when an ill-mannered simpleton snapped in my light. I politely asked him to step aside and allow me to finish, but he wouldn't listen. And when I turned around, I knew I couldn't have, for zombies have as much reason as manners. Closer. Succeeded. A perception check. While Maegor entertains the traveler in conversation, you carefully examine his gear and clothes. The first thing that strikes your attention is the intricate yellowish jade bracelet on the wrists. You can tell by his ragged state Willis has been on the road for at least a few days, and indeed, from appearances, mostly off-road. Try to determine the origin of the bracelet. Succeeded. The bracelet looks carved of a whole piece of jade in an unusual hue. Even from a distance, you can see the patterns that decorate it, and obviously signs of the relic's origin. This item came from the ancient Cyclops Empire, but what's it doing here, and how did this hapless traveler acquire it? Well, now, this Cyclops is much more polite, isn't he? He quiets for a moment. As you had any words of his conversation, give traveler well, aren't you cold? Antiquity specialist? The bracelet wearing is certainly ancient, isn't it? This is good. Intimidate's very easy to pass, thanks to the stuff. That's want to tell his bracelet. You wouldn't lie to the Baron and his men, wouldn't you? Oh, someone is conducting a bit of theater. Several mumbles. The joyful mood drops from Gunnarson's face. He looks at you and fills with his bracelet hesitantly. This knick-knack is my latest find. I found on the river shore. It would be the water washed away some ancient burial mound, no doubt very ancient, and it may have scientific value. I haven't dated it. You must understand things like time. But I swear, Desna herself has guided my hand. Maegor approaches. This is quite interesting. The barony doesn't yet boast of its scientific achievements. We found a specialist that should be able to determine the bracelet's origin. If this is a precious item, your finding us will be greatly rewarded. Here, take this in advance. He takes a purse from his wallet. Where did you say you found it? By the river. He seems taken aback by the exorbitation of the bracelet, but regains his smile when he sees the weight of the purse. Only happy to help any way I can, Baron. With your connections, I'll surely discover the origin of this find. Meanwhile, I may employ some time searching something useful. Did you know that besides scientific artifacts, I also write fiction? And I cannot pass up an opportunity to write up your exploits in the Varnhold host and chronicle your steps. You wouldn't mind, would you? So long as they don't ask me to sit for a portrait. I was born to a noble family, so my childhood was wasted sitting with my mother and brothers for a train of grand portraits. I was only spared torture after I covered my waistcoat in tar and lit my pretty feathered beret on fire. So long as you'll spare such torments, Willis, I don't mind what you do. You should find some place to settle in Varnhold to get to work. I'll send word when I receive news of the bracelet. As you wish, your grace. It's a pleasure dealing with you. Ah, we found our bard of this story. That went well. Of course, the lad is lying through his teeth, but we got more out of him than we might have hoped. He looked pensively at the bracelet. Why'd you invite us to Varnhold? Do we really need even more foolish treasure hunters from the backwater? My mercenary gut. 9 times out of 10, when my gut tells me to keep my eyes peeled, the situation is about to get bad. Of course, there's always the 10th time. My gut's simply predicting a severe hangover, but I don't think that's the case this time. He frowns. Maybe Gunderson really is just charming chatterbox, and he ran to the dead Cyclops by accident, and maybe this bracelet's a simple piece of jewelry, but something about this story does not sit right. I suspect he lied to one of it. The bracelet is a Cyclops relic. It doesn't take a specialist to see that. I agree. Perhaps we shall find a Cyclops treasure on the corner. This does not alter the fact our leader continues to leap at every shadow and makes a fool of himself at random passengers. Instead of focusing on important matters like engaging the barony's politics, I suspect Gunderson lied about finding by the river. Ha! Didn't I say to fall? There's something wrong here. He lied about finding by the river. He's been wandering for days through dungeons by the look of him. The lad finds an ancient Cyclops relic in a dungeon, runs out of Cyclops on his heels. I see it's no mystery what happened here. A keen nose and an eager eye. I hope that dead Cyclops is the only thing that crawled out of whatever, or the lad stole the bracelet. What a story. We hardly solved our problems with the centaurs. We already have a brand new riddle, and a personal chronicler along with it. We should look closely at our paltry rhymes. Safal, take the bracelet and see what we can make of it. Ark, keep an eye on our new friend. Visit him in Varnhold when we have time. Maybe he'll manage to prize something else. Let's move.
Stand with me.
Blunt damage is good against skeletons. Or maybe it won't be great against skeletons.
We shall overcome.
Champion Archer. Critical hit reduced.
Victory is here.
Excellent, took that one down with ease.
Attack!
Alright, good, he's down. Looks like the invisibility ended, but that's fine. This guy's in trouble. Swiftness. Let's go. Some guaranteed damage should be helpful, I think.
Press on.
I stand ready.
Wilderness clearing. There we are. This poor individual. Some more trinkets. Generic items. Ooh, more camping supplies and rations. If there's a particularly long dungeon, I imagine those are going to be extremely useful.
Let us press on.
What does it take?
Godspeed.
I think there's going to be something over here, since this is an oddly out-of-the-way spot. I knew it. Kukris. They're unenchanted or anything, though, so they're just money, I guess. But then again, with how expensive magic items are, maybe that's not a bad thing. I mean, you saw how quickly my gold vanished the moment I started buying these things. Wonder why we're taking the long route back. Then again, just because... Someone on the road, get ready. Now you, my dear readers, have finally learned how I, Willius Gunderson, author of this tale, first entered the acquaintance. But as much as I'd like to delve in this remarkable meeting, I was reminding myself by no means mind the main character of this book. Perhaps one day it'll occur to Baron Varn or the General to mention me in their memoirs, for surely our encounter made an impression on them. As fate would have it, the party has another adventure before returning to Varnhold. Having decided to take a shortcut, they decide to find an area of strange furrows, a crisscross ground. Baron Vaughn and his companions are cautious and approached as a young centaur whoop in and leap from furrow to another. The moment he called out, with the general heads and Baron exhales, the looks in silence. The centaur frolics down the path and straight into trouble, as it turns out. Another leap and the ground explodes in the fountain of dirt and stone, and the muzzle of a great monster comes up. With barely a glance, the seasoned Varling host recognized the monster as a boulette, a sea predator which attacks its prey from the underground. The terrified creature manages to twist away and escape it for its life. The monster's jaws have cut deep wounds, but at least hasn't crushed him. The boy's painful scream echoes through the air, while the dull grumbling takes up a sword and steadfastly sends the mana. The general touches the Baron on the sleeve and quickly whispers her plan. She suggests... Well, the general leads a charge, relying on vigorous gills rather than rush out at full speed. Yeah, that seems a lot better. Reasoning that such a subterranean monster is unlikely to rely on its vision, the warriors move silently and dancing from one boulder to the next. The general's plan's success, and they're able to approach the monster undetected. As they draw near, the warriors strike in unison, throwing all their might into a deadly attack. The wounded beast roars and escapes under the ground. The general battle exchange glances, then silently and attack the beast with the finishing blow. There we are. Could this monster withstand the united attack of these battle-hardened comrades? We attack together for the finishing blow. The answer could be but a decisive no. With a second blow, it roars one final time, and its lifeless flesh sinks. Another glorious victory. Here, the general and Baron eye the battlefield. Despite the moment, the young centaur is losing blood quickly, as I'm aware of. Luckily, the team has the means to aid him. Baron Varn greets the boy and strikes up a conversation. Sifel... mumbling something about reckless risk for purposes, approaches the beast's lifeless corpse and starts performing calculations. Meanwhile, the general decides the perfect moment to... Centaur says his name is Ryoko, but this sounds more like a nickname than the real one. He manifestly stunned by the courage of his Baron Varn and his people. He hesitantly prepares to go on his way, explaining the tribe would soon notice his absence. He might be punished for two-legged. The general manages to get some further information. For the most part, it only amounts to what the team already knows. But they'll learn the centaurs are from the Noman tribe. Their leader is one Akora Silverfire, named Ryoko sparks with fiery awe of youth. The Noman centaurs consider themselves guardian of the land and stand fast, ready to defend it from invasion. Ryoko also tells them that the size of the tribe is small, unlike in the olden days. War and disasters taking their toll, and the other tribes no longer want to deal with them. His words make it seem the other centaurs consider his own people a little mad. Saying warm goodbyes, the Baron nods, content with his own thoughts, and leads the party to Varnhold.
I do not like that Gunderson. Even if he is not a spy, and mind you, I still have my doubts. Vagabonds like him always bring trouble.
I can't keep all the vagabonds from breaking their necks in the ruins. At least if he finds something interesting, he'll bring it to us, not Brevoy.
That's important, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna fatigue in a moment. We're going to be resting here, I'm pretty much guarantee it, so. Varnhold's lot. After a daring raid into the lands of the centaurs, Baron Varn and his companions return home, and I, Willis, have the honor of accompanying them. A time of peace has come. Varnhold greets one serene dawn after another, but this dark land, I dread to think what awaits us. As Kierdi approaches Varn, a wince crosses her grim face, but she speaks not a word and instead hands him a document.
Aha! I see you've included everything, just as I asked. Thank you, Kiadi.
His face brightens looking at the document.
Magar, what does this mean? Tell me, what am I to make of this?
He snatches the document from Varn's hands. As he reads it, the old wizard's eyes nearly pop out of his head.
I sent some much-needed aid to our neighbors in the Shrike Hills. They're our only possible allies in the coming carnage. Cephal, I know your opinion, but be realistic. The Aldori are not our friends. We can't count on them for help if something happens. We're expendable.
You will not preach realism to me, you naive boy. Yes, we are bargaining chips to them. That is exactly what I'm basing my politics on. A delicate contraption which you are smashing to bits. War will come to Brevoy, even you can see that. But as long as it hasn't yet begun, can scarcely do better than pretending to be the Eldori's most loyal vassals.
I mean, we need to wait till they drop our guard, and when civil war does break out, strike them in the back. They're noble.
Exactly. Praised be Asmodeus. At least someone in this traveling circus could understand me. Listen to me carefully, you three. Yes, Kierdi, this involves you too. things are looking bad. First, the land here is fertile, but its most bountiful crop is Cyclopes' graves. Second, it shares a border with the Ovaria, well known for its epidemics. Gods forbid the wind carries the next plague here. Settlers are reluctant to come here as it is. I can scarcely blame them. Do not become too attached to Varnhold. This is but a stepping stone. Our real prize lies to the west. But what does Varn do? He sends them gifts. Better to send them assassins. Without their Baron, the Shrike Hills would descend into a struggle for power, and Silverstep and the Canelands would fall to us soon after.
Such villainy!
Do not interrupt your regent, Varn, or relieve me of the position this instant. Now, what is the most important thing here? The Aldori are afraid of unleashing war. They know that if they tried to separate from Brevoy without some kind of outside support, the Sotova would crush them. So, we must convince them that we are their most loyal allies. We will stoke the Aldori into an uprising. When the unrest picks up, we shall strike them in the back, make them fight on two fronts. While you, Your Grace, were drinking wine at the feast, I was busy acquiring the map of Nivatka's Crossing. Look at these fortifications. If we could seize this town, we'd win a significant piece of Brevik land along with it. After we've assisted the Sotova in hanging the Aldori on the gates, they would allow us to keep part of what we have seized as reward. Then we will have peace and prosperity.
Get out of my sight, Sephir. Get out! Never would the name of Magar Varn be tarred with such abominable villainy. It never happened while I was leader of a mercenary party, and won't happen now that I'm Baron.
Yeah, the thing is he's making a lot of assumptions Sotova would work with us and not just consider us another one to go with there.
Great Asmodeus, what did I do to deserve this punishment? Why do I deal with you at all? I should have taken my share and retired a long time ago. I'll be off somewhere soon enough. To Absalom or Cheliax. I shall read books on the porch and drink wine, while you do whatever you want. Burn the city down and get yourself killed. Come to me later. We need to talk.
I can't believe my ears. Must the history of our country begin with such villainy? Oh, Sephir. Sephir. Well. Let the old devil cool off. I'll talk to him later. Is that all, Kiadi?
Dwarf shrugs and hands him another paper.
See. So, we've got a revolutionary from Galt on our hands. A tavern keeper writes us. She saw the revolutionary walking around, stirring up the people for an uprising. Well, you're the general. You go and deal with it. Talk to the tavern keeper. Find out where to look for this instigator. Well, far be it from me to teach you how to do your job. When you finish, report back to me. By the gods, what a worry. Uprisings, intrigues, these damn letters. That Gunderson and his bracelet. And the Baron has to see to all of that, and listen to everyone's complaints while he's at it. What a nuisance.
Oh, Magar, so angry. With him, why do I still bother? I should have left the party after the idiocy in Ustalav, or at least after the debacle in Mavon. If I had any sense, I never would have gotten involved at all. What do you think of this Gunderson? I cannot see any point in keeping the loaf around the capital. To hear him singing about questionable feats and flirting with anything that moves, people like him can be helpful out there in the ruins where they crawl around discovering interesting facts and items. I'd give him a half-empty purse, even a bit of magical gear, and send him on the road. If fortune favored him, he might return something interesting. If not, good riddance. And the bracelet scounged up is quite interesting in fact, in itself. It's not magical, no, but it may point to a Cyclops treasure and riches worth far more than gold. I'd like to show this artifact to a knowledgeable historian, but where we'd find one in this backwater. You wish to speak with me? Yes, that puffed-up fool Varn is destroying his barony faster than we can build it, in alliance with our western neighbor's madness. Now he's sending them gifts. He takes resources we have hard to obtain, which are scarce around here. He gives them away freely to our principal adversary. You have your own take on everything. Maybe you can see what I'm missing. That's Maybe it's better that I retire. Why should I stand watch as everything I've built all these years crumbles into ruin? I know not what to do with him. Even talk to him. Tell me, what do you think of this madness? Wants to use us, but she's no secret. Good ally, and having Rosalind as a neighbor is in our interests. His diplomacy may as on our plans. If he convinces his neighbor we're friends, they'll drop their guard. No. You say Mago's reckless, but you're dragging us into a rather reckless adventure, dangerous adventure yourself. You and Magar suffer the same delusion. And you imagine Cyril the Fall is plotting some scheme while you live simply and honestly, just like we're a mercenary army. Put that out of your mind. Those days are long gone. And, from the day Varn received his title, there'll be nothing but simple, clear, honest our lives again. Yes, you and I are both busy people now. What a joke. To be advisors, people destroy his own state. I kind of want to see what he goes with the others. Probably should have saved before doing that, but I didn't because I am an idiot. Yeah, suggesting this is a plant, and I'm pretty sure he'd say, we probably should have a long go, but that's just how it goes.
Forwards.
You know, the fact that the strike kills Baron is Fey touched might potentially be interesting. I mean, Magar should know that it's true, but then again, maybe that's why he thinks it's a good idea. He knows the Baron Luce has quite a bit of a Fey power on his side, on top of everything else. I believe. Like, at this point, yeah, he gave me the gift shortly after I took down the Troll Kingdom itself, proving that Fey powers do indeed surpass even the supposed immortality. What's this? Immortality of the trolls. We will win! Of cows and other political matters. Ghost instigators hiding somewhere in the area, but how can she be rooted out? The revolt must be tampered down before they blaze. Down with the tyrant. Whoever it is can't really spell, apparently. Oh right, I'm overcumbered, so I need to sell all this junk.
Godspeed.
I need some equipment. Oopsie, not that one. Clear obscure. Bullet bone plates. Oh wow, that's really good stuff. Deal. Excellent. There, more money obtained. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have let him die, given how that's going. Sheesh.
Let us press on.
Personal stash. An emerald, but does it cause chaos? Once again, I don't think these are actually useful for anything, but, you know, why not collect them? Potion of protection from evil. Alright, we're resting and we've got this should cure it. Yep, the blood's gone. Dwarven war axe, one-handed. Exotic weapons. Earthbreaker. Bludgeoning, enchantment, falchion. I'm pretty sure she didn't have these before. We've definitely gotten upgrades here. Great axe, +1. Oh yeah, something I found out while looking up builds to do for clerics. Apparent the if you pick Asmodeus, your favorite weapon is mace. Seems fine, except apparently there was an oversight here, so the game only has heavy maces and light maces. It does not actuality have regular maces. So if you pick Asmodeus, you unfortunately don't actually get a thing out of it. Very unfortunate. Vast intelligence. This will probably be good for our wizard.
I will guide us.
I like the little icon there is just her eyes. Oh, that's still medium. Oh, I bet it's the diamond dust. I need to get rid of this, especially since we don't actually have a wizard that can use it yet.
Forwards.
Oh no, that wasn't the diamond dust. Oh, right. Camping supplies. In that case, I know I need to buy the bag of holding, of the small bag of holding there. There's like 4 sizes of bags of holding, and it does exactly what it says here.
Without a doubt.
It reduces weight. Excellent. Look how much that helps. We're now lightly encumbered. Up the revolution.
Let us press on. Godspeed. I will guide us. Forwards.
What the? The guard's been knocked out. It's alright though. They took pitchforks, scythes, and flails in the barn. Anything could be used as a weapon.
Godspeed.
Baron of our own. Ripples in the water. Arm themselves with scythes and pitchforks in the big granary. This must be investigated. He's probably in the bar. Zombie jester. What? The bard stands before you looking bizarre. He's clearly inherited his waistcoat, which was once expensive, but now torn and tattered, covered in motley patches. Stranger shook his head, my dears. I've been dead for 15 years. So long my songs aren't getting old, I'll sing an old fool. I'm bard. You there, General? Coin for the minstrel? Who are you? Rascus Rascal of no small fame. Zombie jester is my name. What are you singing about? Horrors and miracles. Tales of demons and dead. I'll sing you to sleep. Which here? A stolen lad's new song. I've been to Strike Hills, returned a few dozen new songs. Songs of insane stag lord, evil fae, pranks, and trollish beasts. A skull came flying down the hall, baneful wrecking ball. Dragon-inspired dancer. Now I'm here to write one about Cyclops. You don't look like a zombie. Now I'm writing a new song, an inn where travelers are fed meat carved from yesterday's travelers. By the way, it's not just tales of truth. I've been there, tasted their human meat myself. Barely escape. You look like a zombie. For now, I'm still alive, but Kate only knows when it'll happen tomorrow. Oh, I was given this name for my songs. The other songs here. Where'd you find an inn like this? Blackstone's Ford. If you don't believe me, go there yourself. They have pots. Fine, thank you. I'll swear I'll spend all in here. That's a neat stuff last a year. Good riddance, only the skeleton. Bite your heels. Willis. Special dish. Dressed in clean clothes, shiny boots, and full accessory, he looks even more jovial than he did when we met him on the road. Ah, there you are, my lady. It's a pleasure to see you again. Tell me about yourself. Oh, I'm quite a boring person, believe me. Boredom has led me a dozen ancient languages, decipher a trove of manuscripts, chronicles, and the real locations, relics hidden there and there. I think he's an Indiana Jones wannabe, if I had to guess. Boring tasks. Indeed, I have to flee this backwater for my admirers and fans. I do hope no one here knows the name William Gunderson, or I'll have to flee again. Fame, I'm afraid, is the most boring thing in the world. What brings a scientist, traveler, and researcher of antiquities to our savage lands? I was led here by some information I discovered while translating writings on an ancient stone panel. It was a heavy granite slab the size of a door, but a mere pocket notebook for the one who made marks on it. Ancient Cyclops, that's who wrote it. And ancient Cyclops, unlike today's poor savage ones, were darkly clever. They maintained their brilliant civilization through dreadful magic. You call that huge slab a notebook? Perhaps a bracelet's not a bracelet at all? How did I not think of that? Of course, when you consider the Cyclops size, this is more of a ring. An explorer must remain impartial, but to be perfectly honest, everything about the Cyclops repulses me. There was no kind spirits even when they lived. We're lucky to have lived through that emptiness. And what about what was written on the slab? Nothing terribly significant. It describes Cyclops settlements across the Terres and Lavines, as mentioned as incredible magic treasures have been stored here in the past. But that was thousands of years ago. A scarce chance that anything remains today. Even the bracelet I found is hardly anything more than a valuable knick-knack. But even if I don't find any real artifacts, I'll continue my search in the name of science. I see. I'm happy to tell you whatever you like. So you're writing a book about us? Oh, well, beyond that, I've already started. Your comrades and the Varnhold host already gave me all the background I'll need to flesh out the first few chapters. I'm still thinking of a title, and the chapter about your encounter with the centaurs will be called Ripples of the Water. Poetic, relevant to a location, and foreshadows the mysterious events to come. I heard this Jubilos was visiting your western neighbors. I don't know anyone who still attends his lectures or reads his articles. The obnoxious gnome can never manage to do anything without sarcastic jokes at the expense of his audience. But never mind that. How unfair would it be for a well-known publicist to show interest in newborn barony while leaving its neighbor, our sweet and slightly wild Varnhold, out in the cold? You see how lucky you are that Willis Gunderson's here? What, Jubilos himself in our lands? He exhales in indignation. That was rude, my good lady. You might have at least pretended to just be as impressed by me, but fine, as you please. William Gunderson has yet to show his worth. What kind of character will I be? assistant to the main character, but don't despair. Usually supporting characters are loved the more, and they go into all sorts of fun the main character simply can't be given for. You know what? I think I'll make your most charming character. After its smashing success, they'll be begging me for more. Perhaps we'll make the main character in the series. Alright, well. Alright, how about we discuss the antiquities and more privates? Have you seen Gildan Troublemaker, the one who started the uprising in the city? Indeed I have. He was just telling my friends about the touching sign of friendship and affection the Baron Vaughn showed me when the Troublemakers came in with their silly talk. I had to spend a few minutes explaining to the lady how ridiculous the messages are and how disgusting it is to express them. That told her. And then the Troublemaker ran out of the tavern. She's not going to risk crossing paths with me again. I suspect she's on her way back to Galt. Alright, Willis, how about we discuss these more private, those quiet rooms upstairs? You know, scientific explanations are my weakness. Discussions are my weakness. You probably meant conversative activities or activities. A conversation took its course. I think you misunderstood me. Of course, I was disappointed. Probably the character would absolutely not have flirted, but I guess that's funny. All the same that he's that oblivious. But I guess Jubilost wasn't kidding when he said he was known.
Let us press on.
But yeah, this is not the kind of character who would flirt. I guess I needed a big one just to confirm where I was going, but whatever. Special dish. The Baron must decide whether such tall tales should be paid any heed. A warning suggests the Black Stones Ford are killing guests and feeding their remains to others. The talents of the Smonger are questionable, but his story may deserve attention. Chronicler was tasked with finding the young man talking to him. We crossed this off our list. Wow, we're already almost to level 7. Not bad. Yeah, kind of funny. First we were playing the Baron, so we had to handle all this, but now we're playing one of the supporting characters. Actually, given the start of the first chapter, or the main story basically amounts to armor, shield. Four caster levels. That's just +1 for now, but I guess it does last an hour each. And of course I can convert this to a heal spell if all needed. Okay, so basically I can convert any spell I want into one of those. That's interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. Oh yeah, mage armor there. Yeah, when it says we decide who's going to be the Baron out of the parties, it says you decide amongst yourselves who is going to be it. I'm guessing in the actual tabletop campaign, because for the record, this game is based off of an actual module that Pathfinder has. The player characters themselves would determine who is the Baron and who gets to be the advisor and all that. So yeah, interesting way to go about it. But obviously, since this is a video game, you can't quite have the level of freedom you can in the tabletop, both good and ill. I mean, the good news is there can be a lot more side content and stuff, like even just random. Oh, hey, there's a bandit camp here. Maybe we can find something good that a DM might not be able to consider, or just because some of them might want to fast travel, some might only want to focus on the big stuff. So did you handle those troublemakers? On top of everything else, an uprising is just what we need. What can you say of Willis Gunnarsson? What does your mercenary gut tell you about Gunnarsson? Himself doesn't bother me. It can't hurt to have him in the barony. We still don't have much entertainment, and the lad's a free circus show for anyone who cares. But that bracelet... I sent scouts to retrace his steps. They couldn't find any sign of him. That's one hell of a location. Mountains, gorges, 1,000 caves. If he lied about where he found it, we'll be looking for its true origin for years, and I don't like it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he lied. He just found some sort of relic there, but he's refusing to tell us. And no, a dozen unhappy stories that begin with an unknown ancient relic finally appeared. That's why I'm writing our western neighbor. Maybe they have a good sorcerer or a historian that can help us puzzle out what the bracelet is. Heard the owners of the tavern murdering their guests. The source of information is highly unreliable. Passing bar who reeked of alcohol. We didn't clear monsters out of these lands just so scoundrels could settle here. Let's check out the bard story next time we pass the place. After the course of fall, you mentioned some letters give you a headache. Mind if I ask what that's about? Yes. I've received a letter with some threats. You know how these letters make me laugh? Ha ha ha. He doesn't laugh, but he articulates each ha, emphasizing the dark mood. Ha ha ha. As if this whole government headache wasn't enough. Now there's another contender from Brevoy. He's scheming for his own piece of the pie. I wonder why he dislikes the alliance between Varnhold and the barony of Shrike Hills. Here, read it if you'd like. Dear Varn, I've been writing for you as your ally and well-wisher. The reason for this letter is a lack of foresight of your actions. You're trying so hard to become friends with the ruler of the Strike Hills barony. You invite your neighbor to pay you a visit. You even send rich gifts. Having nothing more in your lands, I strongly recommend you stop flirting with this upstart and turn your gaze to the affairs of the day. You're trying to cross the paths of powerful forces that can reach you even in your own castle. You should know your place. Interesting. At this point, we should be just as minor, or as he is. After all, we're just a pawn in Jarmondi's scheme as well. I'm not certain about the author, but I can take a guess. A few years ago, a mother of this little rat hired us to find him, remember? From the moment we met him, I wanted to tie him to a tree with the forest and leave him overnight, and just to teach him a lesson. If he wasn't heir to one of the greatest houses, I would have done just that. Maybe something good will come of that little rat. It's Lendar. It's the visor I took. I'm pretty sure choosing... Okay, I'm gonna be real. I'm pretty sure choosing him wasn't smart, but at the very least, I get the sense choosing him is going to result in a much more, shall we say, entertaining story than if I had chosen one of the other two. Well, maybe that'll be interesting. Let's find out. Remember, Lendar mentions directly that he keeps running away from home to learn about people. Huh? I've got to go. Things to do. So long, my friend. Come back on business or just to chat over a cup of wine? I believe this is the exit here. Oh, that's just a peasant.
Forwards.
The fisherman doesn't appear to be here today. And I can't go inside his house.
I will guide us.
Well, whatever. We have jobs to do. I only have these 6. I don't have more. Oh, this isn't the exit?
Let us press on.
Then where is it? Is this it? Let me grab a sip of my drink while I'm waiting here. Maybe I should have gotten haste spells. That way I could easily travel. Where's the exit to town, damn it? I guess it could be on, must be on one of these roads. Come on, gimme. The settlers aren't hurrying to join the militia. Everyone wants to live in a warm house. Who's gonna... But who's going to protect these houses? New place, new life. It's cheerful as always. What's up, Cheerio? Of course, the barony's profitable adventure. Do you have any idea what it takes to be treasurer? A quartermaster's job was a thorn in my butt. This is more like a wyvern's claw, or a whole wyvern. I guess it has to be over here somewhere.
Without a doubt.
There's no exit. Did I miss something? Who are you? I'm Agash Sorcerer. I'm looking for trouble and we're trying to start riot. Yes, sir, did. Pick my pockets clean, but it's alright. Pockets not a belly. If they cut it, you can stitch it up and fill it again. But the things she stole weren't good for her. No, they won't. She's invited trouble upon herself. Go where you want, but you can't get away from your fate, too. Ignash, who publicly denounced. Oh, I did the general now. Congratulations. Would you like what on duty? If I had to serve as the general Varnhold, it's... Oh, yeah. I've had to report the troublemaker from Gaul is here. Yeah, that scumbag. We've seen a lot like her. Her wandered in here, talked about tyranny and justice, which she was looking for something to steal. Came in with a small group. I think they were on the farm near the town. They sat there for a long time, saying things that made me sick to hear. First talking about Ignash, saying he was a bloodsucker, tricking the simple people. Then they talked about how they got into an army to get some weapons. They decided they couldn't manage it, too many guards. Then they remembered their pitchforks and scythes in the barn. Well, a lot of weapons started out as farming tools. I know there's a lot of talk. There's a saying about turning a plowshare into a sword, for example. In the end, they started talking to people, stir them up, but nobody would listen. I showed them the door, said where the treasure right away. Don't know where they went. Think they said something about the fisherman on the river. Do something with her for his desert's sake. Kick her so hard she goes back to Galt, otherwise she'll wind up some fools that burn down the whole town. Best to find out what you're doing. Hear the voices and clanking of iron from outside. Looks like the mob scattered near the territory. Familiar face of the guard, another voice ringing out, shouting about tyranny. Her voice turns pale for the crossbow under a courier. Looks like we won't have to go looking for her after all. Come, General, let's give these scoundrels. I'm sure this can't possibly end badly. Divine favor. The situation's getting heated. Varn's guards, with their weapons drawn, stand up as a group of settlers who are yelling revolutionary slogans. You see a local fisherman among them. Half-orc woman in the front row, wearing a bright cape and shaking her weapon. She's obviously not from around here. Down with the tyranny. You'll not be treated like cattle. You cannot enslave us. Calm down. Here's Ark, the General of Grace. I'm sure we'll deal with your problems. We call going peacefully. What's the problem here? The problem is the autocracy of the tyrant. And those are generalities. What happened exactly? The king's barons, guards, ordinary people was treated like cattle, but in the nobility will not allow this new state to become yet another prison for the people, like those who grown over the yoke of tyranny. Perception. And what's that on your belt? Why, it looks like a wand of invisibility. What do you need that for? There's been constant carnage ever since the revolution galled. Every day someone else gets chopping block. You wouldn't want the same fate? I see many of our arbiter's keys. Civilization proves such an imbecile. Arcana. Succeeded the Arcana check. I had no skill whatsoever, but I still passed it. Wand of ability? Old Ignash had one. Now let me see that. Citizens, don't listen to tyranny's henchmen. Don't give up. Fight for your rights. Don't you see? As long as the sovereign rules over you. No one talk about your suffering, your cows, your fields. The Baron's not your enemy. We don't need stupid violence. I'll personally see the troubles get taken care of. Plus 11. That comes to blows. You don't stand a chance. Someone's an instigator. Or she put you up this, wants you to fight with the soldiers, play political games with your life's blood. Aren't your hearts? Keep quiet. We have had your say. Folks, tire up. Forgive us. We didn't mean any harm. This damn troublemaker played us for fools. Throw the snake in prison, and we'll just go home. Honestly, I'm not sure if that's a bluff. It seems like she is playing them for fools. But come to think of it, send us a doctor or a healing scroll. Our cows are getting ill, and the Baron doesn't help her reply. If it weren't for the cows, we wouldn't have had any trouble. Well, we go too, alright. We have some silly things written. We'll wash them off right away. Yeah, I'm genuinely convinced that wasn't a bluff. That was real. But hey, we managed to complete it without a fight.
Godspeed.
I even buffed myself up in case it became necessary. Now the question is, do I want to be dumb and buy that great axe? Yes. Two-handed. Two-handed weapon. You can't really dual wield unless you have the feats for it, which is why I want to just go with a two-handed weapon. It's not oversized or anything, so it should be fine, I think.
Let us press on.
Then again, if Lendar does plan to betray us, that would probably be dumb, wouldn't it? He's probably not lying that he does want alliance. And I mean, first of all, he has seen us clear the Plague of Bloom. He's seeing us clear out entire armies of Troll Kings. And next he's gonna be having us beat whatever's coming up next. Then again, maybe they'll all betray you no matter what. Like, we know for a fact Jamondi's mini is really just there to spy on us. And even Maegor here admits that, yeah, he refused to take any because he knew that was the case. Sertova is absolutely a spy as well. Maybe even she betray.
I will guide us.
Wouldn't that be interesting? They all betray you no matter what, even... Which is kind of funny if they do, because that means they've seen you accomplish all those feats, and yet they somehow think, yeah, this guy that's been to the First World, taken out Fae, he and armies alike. I think I can take him. Report the results. I've handled the troublemakers. The people have calmed down, the rabble-rousers and the headers. Brilliant. I expect nothing less. I'll drop the order to help with the cows. Of course, we won't go far as to execute her, but keeping her in prison doesn't make any sense either. Let's take her to the border and give her the boot. Let her slink back to Galt or whatever, but if she sets foot in these lands, she'll only have herself. After learning about her tricks, no one will trust her. Something else has come up. We can discuss the new trainees. Recruitment needs to be... Wait, what's noise? What's making trouble? Job of the General. Resolve the first crisis in Varnhold's history. Your Grace, your hour has come. That's not right. I mean, it's your time to shine. Show off a bit. Your subjects require protection. Will you refuse the pitiable creatures' heroic feat? What? You're the pitiable creature. Now stop fussing and be quiet. I'll explain everything myself. Your Grace, my name is Svetsalada. Oh, that's the person from the old stump. We lived there a long time and always mind our business, but once you started to rule, we became, as it turns out, your subjects. We paid our taxes on time, brought you granted meat, but now this woe is upon us. It's time to prove you're as good for more than collecting taxes. I honor my duties. What has happened? Do you remember, Your Grace? The unforgettable day of our first acquaintance when we met those terrible but in a way amazing creatures? Well, why do you keep butting in, you rattlebox? You keep quiet. I'm not dumb. I can talk. Your Grace, woe has come upon us. Dead Cyclops have risen from the graves and come towards our village. If they don't help us, they'll gobble us all in no time. Well, this just seemed nervous. What is it? Well, how do I put this? I think I, to a certain extent, may be partially responsible, metaphorically speaking, but I was the first attacked by the Cyclopses. I'm the one who brought this here. It's unlikely, I know, unless they're here to reclaim the bracelet, but calm down. The Cyclops are the problem. We're going to solve it. I'll lead the party personally. Ark, choose the best of Varling hosts. We march at once, when the others will remain here, ready for battle, in case the troops come here too. Zombie Cyclops. I'd say it's unheard of, but this young man pointed out we've already met them once. We might well meet them again. If we're to protect the barony, we need to find out more about them. I'll go with you. We must try to discover where they came from and do what we can to stop them. Thank you, Your Grace. This is another problem, however. These zombie clopses, they have the power to control one's mind. When the monsters came, some of our people went insane and began to worship them. We must do something, or they'll kill all of us themselves. Thank you for warning. We'll do whatever it takes to help your village. Okay, you ready? Yes, we march at once. We are off. Oh, not yet. We leveled from that. Oh, nice. A new feat. Deft hands. Extra channel's nice, but alertness, weapon focus, axes. You choose one type of weapon. You can also choose unarmed strike. You could take this, but it does not stack. Alertness, better perception. Blind fight. Also gain immunity to gazes. Probably not especially necessary, but it might help. Yeah, I don't want to be too heavily on the support. I actually do want to contribute to combat, although I suppose I could also get power attack. I think blind fight's going to help a lot. Especially if there's going to be more invisible foes. We've already faced a couple. Ooh, Shield of... Yeah, we're getting a lot of good spells now. Alright, make sure I level up everyone before we go. A new cleric. Animal domain. Elk. 7th level, size becomes large. Oh, not bad. Selective channel. Whenever you channel, you living, you do not affect allies. Powers of advantage deal damage undead or channel negative damage living. You do not affect allies. Boon companion. Now calculate as though your class were 4 level higher to maximum of your care level. Abilities are calculated as if your class was higher, maximum level equal to your character level. I'm guessing this is if you're deadly aim. You can choose to make them on. Nah. Extra channel. 2 more additional times. Could add up, that's for sure. Extra channel. This allows more healing, that's for sure. Right, let me check the spell book here then.
Together we stand.
I can get another one. I can make it blast or something other useful. It looks like I actually don't need Cure Light Wounds because I can convert anything to that. Unbreakable Heart I should probably have for utility. Alright, this is not good for us. Summoning Nature's Ally could be useful, but Lead Blades, all melee cast deal 1 side category higher. Yeah, that's good. tier 4s. Excellent. Divine power. Luck bonus. Morale bonus. Luck bonus. 1 minute. Divine power. Anything the caster levels you have, you also gain 1 temporary hit point per caster level. Make a full attack, you make all in full base plus any appropriate modifiers. Shield of Dawn, fire, good. Any creature that strikes you deals normal damage, also takes fire damage. Yeah, I'd rather have divine power than that. Restoration requires diamond dust. Crusader's Edge. 1 minute per level, 4 negates. Poison. Protection from energy, communal dismissal. Might be good to have this actually. Especially if an element becomes normal. Monk. Key strike, cold iron silver. Unarmed strikes are treated as cold iron silver. Ooh, now this is fun. Weapon focus. Crane wing, crane style, combat mobility. Crushing blow, stunning fist attempt as a full round action. Deflect arrows. No, maybe hit with a range weapon. He was deflected, taking no damage. Deft hand, die hard. Number of previous hits. Vital strike. Don't think you throw anything. Crane or Poe. You can only take a mine for fighting defensively. If you lose the dodge bonus by attack you missed. Fighting defensively, at least one. Only one penalty. Whenever you lose the bonus, the enemy provokes an attack of opportunity. Melee Ranger. Interesting concept, although it does feel like there's a bit of redundancy with Magar Barn. Your skill favored. While wielding a weapon, you can perform a... Yeah, when anything that says you can perform a is adding an additional ability. I'd rather have passives that apply to my regular attacks for this. Point blank shot. Dagger, 2 weapon fighting. Improved weapon fighting, double slice. Hammer the gap. I can prone over here. Chameleon stride. You fade while you're not truly invisible. You're hard to pinpoint due to your state. Aspect the bear. Sense vitals. Sense vitals. Now, rangers can now make sneak attacks. Nice. Dimensional step. Actually, spell pierce might not be a bad option. Spell penetration, here we are. Some medium elemental and dimensional door. Actually, I need monsters are what I need here since I can summon more of them. Pretty sure I do anyways. Add 1, yeah. Sneak attack upgrade. Piranha strike, weapon finesse. Wielding a light weapon or a weapon that can be used with weapon finesse. Stealthy. Blind fight would probably be a good idea, I think. Yeah. Just because there's a lot of invisible stuff. Is that everyone? Yeah, that's everyone.
Godspeed.
At your grace, I demand justice. Crime in the barony is on the rise. In open daylight, I was a tricked mob as if they were humiliated. Local gangs of thugs tricked me into trusting them. They found out about my possessions disappeared with my treasures. They sent them to the island on Candlemere some time ago, and they just vanished in thin air. I beg you, those scoundrels, my treasure. I'll pay a precious sum. About justice. Cumbersome. Oh, why would you keep these possessions on the island in the middle of Candlemere Lake? Yeah, you see, those aren't exactly my possessions right now. I learned from the locals. Wrong, you believe some sacred relics, temple of unknown deity belong to you? By what right? Right of finding them. I dug up all the stories, hired the crew. Oops, I'm just talking gibberish. Here's some gossip here. I'm spilling all of you. It's nothing, your grace. A big fat load of nothing. Which deity this temple dedicated to? Who cares? I don't know. I never asked. All I heard was a long time ago locals perform rituals, dedicate some deity. Someone offered sacrifices. I suppose we're not talking about animal ones? Locals say things, something about why it's cursed. What ghost lights are talking about? Strange, you know? I don't know if this is bugged or something, because it's acting like we're meeting William Gunderson for the first time. Failed knowledge. You don't know what he's talking about. Maybe the island really is haunted? A ranger, paladin, a cleric. A paladin willing to do a job running errands. Sounds strange if you ask me. You know, when I mentioned the old temple, exchange a glance. Treasure. Praise does know the sound is only my treasure. Something new, let me know. Staying at the tavern. Curse of Candlemere. Stolen out of full of weird places. Well, I guess, this might be a good time to call it, because once again, I've gone over time, as expected, but it's been a good time. So, this will be all for tonight. But next time, we're going to be continuing the DLC and seeing how we get. Until then, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.